Hey guys, I'm up, man. I was in there. I'm about to sit here. I'm about to sit here and make me something to eat real quick. But considering I am like way off from my views that I'm supposed to get here is to monetize this damn YouTube channel. I call it. Which right now I'm at 2,218 out of 4,000. So I'm going to try something, and if we get kicked off, it'd be no skin off my teeth, because I'll just delete the video afterwards. But I actually got this Amber Heard. It's a 4 hour and 53 minute testimony. Um, Amber Heard resumes testifying in Johnny Depp defamation trial. Amber Heard is taking the witness stand for the second consecutive day to describe the circumstances surrounding the first time she met her now ex-husband Johnny Depp. On Wednesday, Dr. Don Hughes, a forensic psychologist hired by Heard's team, testified that Depp suffered from obsessive jealousy. Now, my ex-girlfriend was like that, and just case in point, she thought I was out cheating on her one night, and you know what she did? She wanted me to pull down my pants so she could smell my penis. This is one of my God, I mean, not that and the fact she pulled a butcher knife on me one morning because I commented on some girl's butt on MySpace. She said, "You over here commenting on girls' my butts? What's wrong with you?" I was like, "I don't even know her anyway." So yeah, I've dated crazy girls before. Hell, I even had an ex girlfriend that shot at me. But yeah, that's what obsessive jealousy means. Yeah. Issues towards her during their highly volatile relationship. Depp is suing for 50 million over a 2018 Washington Post op-ed in which she wrote about her experiences with domestic abuse. Heard has filed a $100 million defamation countersuit against Depp in a 2022, which is ongoing. Let's see here at the bottom. Warning: this timeline may contain sensitive information. Yeah. So, like I said, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to let this play. And if you want to watch it, cool. I'm just trying to get my views up on my channel. So why not? I'm gonna see if I let this play. Will I get a copyright for letting this clip of this trial play? If I do, I'll take the video down, no problem. Big shout out to everybody who is live streaming right now. So Pine has got a live stream right now, and I will drop her link in the chat here as well. Big shout out to Eric Browns, who's live right now, talking about fake people on YouTube, fake folks on YouTube, et cetera, et cetera. I'm pretty sure we all know a few of them like that. All right, yeah, big shout out to him, man. I actually stumbled across his channel once and just started watching, man, because I seen the title. He was talking about fake folks on YouTube. And I'm like, oh yeah, dude, I know all too well those folks you're talking about, brother. I know some myself. I haven't called out any names, but yeah, I know a few myself. And Sapine and them are live doing karaoke right now as well. I'm gonna share her link real quick. There goes Sapine's link right there, real quick. You can check any of these live streams out while you're just chilling tonight. If you have anybody's live streams going on that you want to share in the link, please do. If you want to share your link, please do. Um, Sorry, I'm trying to comment on there real quick. All right. Yeah, I'll see if anybody else was live. I was gonna try to, throw their links in the chat so you guys can check them out. Oh man, somebody else is let's see who else we got live real quick. Oh yeah, Arcade Pops is live real quick. Reef is live. Let me drop his link in the chat real quick. Reef is live stream real quick. That's his live. I'm just dropping links right out at the moment, but I will start this up real quick. Okay. Just dropped his link real quick. Let me get ahead and get Arcade Pop's link real quick as well.
You're always there with.
So once I get this done real quick, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and get the show on the road. And wait a minute. There we go. There we go. All right. There we go. Arcade Pop. Anybody else's live stream you guys know about right now? You can drop their links in the chat. All right. All right. There we go. Sorry, I just had to leave a comment in his live stream real quick. Let everybody know how's everybody doing. But yeah, what I said. What I said when I got ready to start this. All right. Yeah, what I said when I got ready to start this was well, like I said, I'm short on my views as far as going monetized. Now I'm almost there as far as Twitch is concerned. But this was an unexpected. I was about to sit down and eat something and chill out, and was going through my Twitter and was like, you know what? Let's pull this up real quick and see. I don't know if we're gonna get kicked off of the live stream for showing this footage or not. I don't know. I've seen people actually watch the trial live, and they didn't get kicked off for doing that. I don't know if they had a pass to watch the trial live. But I'm gonna play this. If you want to watch it, cool. And I'll probably be here hanging out, and we'll get me something to eat and come right back. I'll be able to hear the trial, in the living room because I'll have the speakers up. And hopefully this is a 4 hour live. This is a 4 hour video, 4 hour and 53-minute video. So I'm gonna hopefully let the entire thing play and maybe get me some extra views up so I can get this damn monetization out the way. Either way, I don't really care because I would rather YouTube not get a chunk of my but they're gonna get a chunk anyway, and we'll see. But yeah, what's up, Joe? So here we go, guys. Let's see if this thing works. Enjoy. Get your popcorn ready, guys. Let's see if she's a better actor on. I've been watching the trial here, here and there, but yeah, yeah, she's digging. Like people really do not like this girl right now, and I can see why. But yeah, let's see. Here we go, guys.
How mad he was at me and constantly telling me I had done something wrong to deserve what was happening. Until, of course,
can y'all hear it?
Too far, hits me too hard, breaks too many things in the house, and then leaves, which was the pattern. And he would leave and not have to deal with the cleanup. He never had to deal with the cleanup. He never had to deal with the destruction or see me or the house that he had destroyed. He never had to deal with my face the next day. He would just go. I called it splitting. He just split. And eventually I'd get an apology of some kind, or I would get an offer to have him come over. He would offer to come over and talk or give me my peace or give me my goodbye. And in many ways, I found myself accepting that, knowing it was kind of false pretense, because I too wanted to resolve it. I didn't want him to think I was sleeping with this sci-fi writer. I didn't want him to think that I was this slut. He said I was all the time. I mean, part of me really wanted to believe that he didn't mean those things, and I wanted to get to that part of him that would tell me he didn't mean what he said and that he was acting this way because he was messed up, and the cycle would repeat, I suppose.
Was there any physical violence on or around December 17, 2014?
Yes is the answer to your question. I don't really remember what happened in that fight. I remember more afterwards. I remember how apologetic he was for it. I remember him telling me he took it too far. I remember him saying he'd never do it again. And I remember wanting to get to Christmas. You know, Christmases are hard, probably for everyone. And I remember it was close enough to Christmas that I was tired and I wanted to be in a I wanted to be in a kind, gentle, peaceful state for Christmas. I didn't want to go through a breakup at this time. I didn't want to, you know, that's what I remember of that time.
Let's bring up Defendant's Exhibit 321, Michelle. And this is on 12/17/2014. Is this a text message exchange between you and Mr. Depp?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission.
Hold on, let me give me a sandwich, guys. I will be right back. Turn this up so I can hear this in the living room.
Sorry, Your Honor, just a quick minute. Your Honor, no objection.
All right, 321 in evidence. You can publish it, please.
Should I get a ham or bologna sandwich?
Amber, I'm
Anybody?
just going to turn your attention to this. This is an email exchange between you and Mr. Depp, and he says, I am truly sorry to have upset you to the degree that I have. I couldn't be more sorry for yet again ruining your day. I do, of course, take your generosity, your selflessness, your affection, and your sweet doting deeply into my heart, and I think that I've been reciprocal. Agony is never the answer to any equation or occasion, nor is rage. Please know that my apology is sincere and solid, and as stupid as it sounds, I hope your meeting with Clive Barker is excellent. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and then you respond, thank you for your words, and you indicate you just left Betty Sue's, that's his mother?
Yes, and I then had a glass of wine with my former agent Megan.
Okay.
That afterwards, she encouraged.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, and we can take that down. Let's bring up 325, defendants 325, please. And this is an email exchange the following day, 12/18/2014. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd move the admission of defendants 325. It's already in. Oh, it's already in, Your Honor. My apologies. We'll get that figured out at lunch. It's already in.
It's
So
been in evidence. Does anybody over there have the list of evidence that's already in evidence?
Yes.
Okay, we're making sure.
ours indicates it is. It's in.
It's in evidence.
Without redactions, Your Honor.
It was redacted. I don't know what
Well,
it was redacted
The
to.
redactions don't.
Is that's how it is in evidence, Mr. Murphy? We can check. We'll check our copy.
Thank you. It's fine, Your Honor. We've confirmed.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
right.
It can be published.
Thank you.
That's- You can't see it on your screen? All right, we'll take care of that during the break. If you could just share it there. Oh, get it? Okay, thank you. All right, good.
Okay, thank you. So this is from Mr. Depp, right? Says it's a way, I've let it go too far, went too far. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
I always regret it when I jump, or worse, when you jump. I don't want to be conditioned to continue that behavior. Therefore, I'll put in heavy work with shrink. What is your understanding of what he's referring to with shrink?
Psychologist.
Objection calls for speculation.
Did you have an understanding of what he meant?
Yes, I knew exactly what he meant.
And what did he mean?
Shrank is shrink.
What did he call shrink?
Johnny called shrinks, meaning a psychologist, therapist, shrank.
Okay. I'm sorry for being less for your disappointment in me. For my behavior, I'm a fucking savage. You see that?
Yes.
All right. Gonna lose that, gonna lose that. The devil is all around, right? Now, you respond to this. And of course, before you go there, and he says, I am well aware I should have been bigger at the moment and that it will never again manifest in negative experiences. It can be done. What a killer concept to visualize. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And you respond, I love you. I miss you already. Correct?
That's right.
Right. And what, if anything, is that consistent with the cycle that you have described?
Well, the language he used after particularly violent episodes was savage, monster, devil. And so we ended up both calling his other side, the side of Johnny that would do and say unbelievably horrible things. It was very different from the other Johnny. That was, in my opinion, exact opposite. And this is typical of the apologies that I would get when he took it too far physically. I was encouraged because I thought it meant he understood that he could really hurt me. Sometimes I didn't think he understood how much he could hurt me physically. I mean, so after this, I had a visible bruise. I don't remember where, but I remember what other people, well, I can't say that, what they said. So anyway, and I, in these fights, would try to stand up for myself. By December 2014, I was pushing back. I'd push him off of me. I tried to hit his hands away. I tried to always get back up, which sometimes, not sometimes, almost always made it worse. Always seemed to provoke him. But I tried. And worse, I would yell at him. I'd scream at him. I'd call him ugly names. So ashamed of the names we'd call each other. It was awful. It was awful. We both got into that pattern. It was so, I felt so angry that this was happening to me, and it just felt so unfair, It felt like nothing I could do, felt like nothing I could do would change the sobriety patterns, felt like nothing I could do would stand up for him, and nothing I did made him stop hitting me. Nothing. So, I tried for over a year, maybe two, of just not responding physically, not responding verbally, just staring at him. I tried to freeze. I tried to go to a different place. I would try then lashing out verbally. I would try to threaten that if he hit me again, that I would call the police. Police were called several times, but I tried to do everything. I even threatened to leave him, and tried to leave him, and nothing was working. And I think by this point in our relationship, we're both saying awful things to each other, screaming at each other. And unfortunately, when Johnny would start hitting me, he'd just win. I'll also describe it.
This might be a good
Okay,
time for the lunch break.
All right, we'll go, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our lunch break at this time until 2:00. Please do not discuss the case or do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
And again, ma'am, just don't discuss your testimony with anybody this time, okay? All right, thank you. So 2 o'clock? All right,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. Man. She is a trip. Piece of work, bro. Nobody's regretting not ever meeting that girl. God. Let's see here. I guess they're gonna go take the lunch real quick. Mm. All right, let's go sit back. Right. Let's see here. Worse than those crazy Indian girls you dated. Oh my God, man. That ain't something else, right? Let's see, let me pull this up, man. Probably messed up when I did that. Pause that real quick, see if I can catch up. She's worse than those. Yeah, dude. I swear. There's some crazy ones. That's saying a lot. Let's see. Come on, man. Come on. Messed up. You try to fast forward through a live stream. Hold on a second. See if I can get this thing fixed real quick.
Um,
All right, there you go. Got it back. Virginia. Wonder where they got married, man. If it was in California, you know that entitled to half of your income, I guess, or I don't know. Does that go to all actors?
All right.
I can't believe these wealthy people don't have a better support system.
Okay, are we ready for the
They
jury?
just wanted to control everybody.
Okay.
Oh my God, right? Wonder what that Aquaman 2 is gonna be like.
All right, thank you. All right, maybe seated. Your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 236, which has already been admitted?
Thank you.
Amber, I'm jumping back to the Boston plane incident just for a moment. We had a lot of different texts and a lot of exchange, but I just wanted to point out to you, this text message is from Mr. Depp to you, correct?
Yes, it
And
is.
this is on 5/25, the day after the Boston plane incident?
That's correct.
All right, and he is saying, once again, I find myself in a place of shame and regret. Of course, I am sorry. I really don't know why or what happened, but I will never do it again.
Oh my God!
I
Right?
want to
Didn't he,
get
dude?
better for
Ezra,
you
Ezra
and
Miller,
for me.
dude.
I
Ah,
must. My illness
wrong
somehow
with these
crept up and
clowns,
grabbed
man.
me. I can't do it again. I can't live like that again. I know you can't either. And I will for both of us, starting today. I love you. Again, I'm so sorry. So sorry. I love you and feel so bad for letting you down. Do you see that?
I do.
And was that the message that you testified to, that he gave you?
Yes.
All right, now I'm going to jump back to where we left off. We're up in January of 2015. Danish Girl, you're filming in London, is that correct?
Yes, that would have been January 2015.
Okay. Now, we heard some testimony from Isaac Baruch earlier about a telephone call that you had with Mr. Depp. Do you recall that call?
I do.
Can you please tell the jury and remember to tell them what Mr. Depp was saying on that call? And you can give the back, I didn't mean to cut you off on the context, go ahead.
Is it okay to, the nature of the conversation was
Yes.
pleasant? Friendly, fine, normal. And then Johnny stopped making sense with this. Like, he'd start a sentence and then trail off and act confused when I would be confused. And that pattern kind of increased pretty dramatically in a short amount of time. And I was in a hotel room in London speaking to him in Los Angeles, and the phone, what I assumed, cut off. I thought it was a connection issue. And I remember getting out of bed and walking into the bathroom to get something, and I was redialing him. And in the span of that short amount of time we had been disconnected, it was minutes, not even minutes. I called him back thinking the phone had
Pooped on
been
the bed.
disconnected, and he answered and he said, how could you tell me that? How could you say
What's
that?
up, Air Spider?
Who the fuck is he? Who the fuck is he? And he asked me that a few times, and I was so confused. I didn't understand what he was talking about. I expressed that to him. He says, who is the guy, the one in New York that you're fucking? And it was such a bizarre conversation, because it had already started to feel like he was not making, it was almost as if he was confused by what sentence he had started by the time he got to the end of it. And then all of a sudden he tells me that I have just told him that I had a boyfriend or a lover in New York, and he's accusing me of having just told him about it. which was crazy to me. Not only was that not accurate, I would never have communicated with him like that. More or less called him on the phone to do it and then call him back and wonder what the connection issue was. It was just the most bizarre thing. But he was so worked up, incoherent, and accusing me of having had this conversation with him. Eventually the line drops out, and I spoke to the person who picked up the phone.
Okay. And how did that end?
I no longer spoke to Johnny. I probably can't say what the person told me.
Are we talking about Isaac Baruch?
Yes.
Okay. So without saying what he said, you had a brief conversation with Mr. Baruch, and that was the end of the call?
I did. It was my understanding Johnny was passed
Objection,
out.
hearsay.
Okay.
Stay.
All right, January 25, 2015, Tokyo. Please tell, it's the premiere of Mordecai, correct? Did you accompany Mr. Depp to Tokyo for the premiere of Mordecai?
I did. When I was
Tell the jury about that trip.
well, I had just started to pick out the wedding dress right before that trip, and plans were moving for us to get married shortly after this trip. So we took this trip to promote his movie and went with him. We got in an argument. I said, I don't remember what I said to him, but I said something snotty to him that provoked him. It provoked him. And when I walked into the hallway, he grabbed me by the arm and slammed me up against the hallway wall, and I kind of struggled with him, tried to push him off of me, and I managed to get out of his grasp enough to take a few steps, and I kind of curved around and went into the closet. And by the time I made it into the closet, he had me by the hair, and I felt like he was just wailing on me, but in a really sloppy way, like hitting the back of my head, and kind of wrestled me down to the floor. I mean, it felt to me like I didn't even have a fair shot, because I wasn't facing him or looking at him. I was walking away from him. Or else, you know, I would have at this point even I would have tried to defend myself more, but I didn't. I kind of felt like it didn't see it coming, and he just wrestled me down to the ground. And I remember he was screaming at me. I mean, like really screaming loud. And what I remember of that is trying to get up and him kind of wrestling me back down, and at one point put his knee on my back. It was kind of like kneeling on my back. And I just had this like struggle with him. And I look at him and he's still got his glasses on. I just remember looking at him and thinking that was so, he just looked like he hadn't been through anything, you know, he still had his glasses on, sunglasses. And he was screaming at me that he hated me, that it was over, he didn't want to marry me. He was disgusted, he made this mistake, it was a big mistake, and everyone hated me. And I remember crying on the floor, just, more than anything, I was heartbroken. I thought maybe I'm serious. I thought maybe God, he doesn't love me. Maybe he really feels
echoing. Y'all hear echoing? Oh shit! Hold on a second.
Broke my heart. I wanted to marry him so bad. I wanted
Is that
This is the
better?
man I loved, you know. Yes, it was awful at times, but
It's not
I
downloading
loved him.
fast
Objection, Your
enough.
Honor, non-responsive.
Overruled.
What he was saying to me hurt just as bad as anything else. I just remember that he left me on the closet floor.
Y'all hear it better?
And as embarrassing as it is to say, I went up to him at some point.
Man,
I don't know
she's
how
going
much
for an
time had
Oscar
passed.
right
It was,
now.
I'm sitting at the piano in the living room of the hotel room that we had.
And the Academy Award goes to?
It's so, I know it may be hard to understand.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I don't know, man.
It's hard for me to
I know
hear
my
myself
aunt.
say,
My
but I
aunt.
felt,
Well, I'll let you guys listen to her
I
testimony.
just wanted it to stop. I wanted things to just be okay. And I just sat next to him on the piano.
Was
and
this Depp or R. Kelly?
I just leaned my head on his shoulder, and it was, of course I was mad. Of course I was mad, and felt it was horrible when he done it. But on the other hand, I wanted us to be okay. I could just put I could put the physical stuff in a box, and I just kept going back on how much I love this person. So just put my makeup on and went to the premiere with him and walked the red carpet with him. And I remember in the car checking my phone obsessively for pictures because my dress was backless. Of all times to have a backless dress. Then I was just looking at pictures of us on the red carpet. It was surreal because I was checking for bruises and making sure that nothing, like there would be no marks on me, and we just looked like this other thing on this red carpet when it was just it was not like that. It's embarrassing. I know it's hard to, I'm sure it's hard to.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
I'm going to take you to February, the next month, 2015, to your wedding. Can you please tell the jury about your wedding?
So we get married in Los Angeles. I get a sense that it was wedding, running around Los Angeles. I was getting married that day, and I remember running around, I went to therapy, got ready, and Johnny and I met at the Penthouses downtown, and I wore a white dress and a veil, a bobby pinned in my hair. And I walked out of that penthouse. I met with Johnny in the hallway, and I thought he looked so handsome, and he seemed happy, and I felt we were making the right decision. I was so looking forward to having this. I thought we'd get married and we'd have stability, safety. So we get in the car, we get into actually Johnny's car, and for the second time since I've known Johnny, he drove us in his truck it was weird being in the car with him alone. You know, we didn't have that. And we drove to his mom's house, and a justice of the peace arrived, looking kind of surprised. And she married us in the living room of his mother's house, Betty Sue, with our families together. My best friend, my mom, his mom. We ate food with the kids. They were there. And we had a wonderful evening, and then got up and got on the plane either the next morning or the day after, and flew to Johnny's Island. And we had what we had planned for the better, we had planned for the better part of a year or so, maybe 8 months, for this 3-day wedding on his island with our close friends, about 12 people, maybe 15 people. We had these little houses built, like not tents, but not houses, these little, for the guests. We had them built and designed on the island, and we had people come out, and it was magic. I was marrying the love of my life. It was complicated, but I thought it was the love of my life. And we had our friends and family out, and we had this 3-day event. The first night of which was supposed to be he and I separate, with our relative parties. So me with the bridal party and him with his fellas. The bridal party, we had planned to do a cuddle puddle, have mushrooms and drink wine, and have our own girl party separate. And then the next day have the wedding festivities. We were going to be married around sunset, and on this beach, not the beach that Johnny had named for me, although I think we originally planned on having the ceremony on that beach, but it was changed at some point to the other beach. And we walked down the beach aisle, and said our vows, and the sunset behind us, and we took pictures with our family, and we shot the bird, meaning the middle finger, up at the paparazzi helicopter plane circling around us while we were on the altar. And we danced and celebrated. And then I left the island because I had to go work.
When you say you left the island, you had to go to work, what were you working on that required that?
I was filming The Danish Girl in London, which is the film that I had been in London for in January when Johnny was hallucinating on the phone with me. I was there doing kind of prep work for that film.
And what, if any, film was Mr. Depp going to at that point?
Well, the plan, why we did the wedding when we did it, is because he had always had this commitment to do Pirates 5. And he was going to shoot that in Australia, and I was going to shoot The Danish Girl. And I started The Danish Girl in early February, and he was going to fly out mid-February to Australia. So his movie was going to take the majority of the year, meaning until August. So maybe longer. So the plan was to do it when we did it, so that we didn't have to wait until the fall of the following year. So shortly after I left, Johnny returned to Los Angeles, and then flew from Los Angeles on to Australia to shoot Pirates 5, excuse me.
Shrooms and a
And
wedding
what
in the
was
morning.
plan, for you when you finished with Danish Girl?
The plan was always for me to wrap on my movie and then come and join him in Australia, where he was filming Pirates 5.
Okay. And when
Pirates 5. Did he ever do Pirates 5?
That was March 3rd.
March 3rd that you wrapped, that you finished with Danish Girl?
I believe can't recall the exact date, but I believe it was around that time.
There's
Yes.
Spider.
Okay. And then tell the jury, where did you fly to get to Australia? How long of a turnaround was it for you to get to Australia?
It was about 24-hour. I think it's about 24 hours. I could be mistaken on the exact amount of time, but I remember it's quite a distance from London. I was filming in London. He was filming in Australia. Effectively, you have to fly 12 hours, stop, get on a different plane and fly, I think, around the same amount of time, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. So when you arrived, before you finished wrapping with Danish Girl and were heading out shortly before, what, if any, communications did you and Mr. Depp have?
Well, at first it was great. Even though we were separated, it was so hard to leave leave right after you get married, especially considering that in Johnny and I's relationship, it was always so much worse when I went away to work. That's when problems started. So that was hard, but we communicated pretty consistently and it was positive until it started to change. And I got the sense that he thought I was sleeping with the director, and then it was with the actor I was filming with.
Who was the actor you were filming with?
Eddie Redmayne.
Okay.
I was not that it mattered, but I could do my best to field the accusations, and then they would kind of subside, and I thought things were okay. And one day, right before I'm supposed to fly to Australia, he, I think it was the night before I was supposed to leave to go to Australia, he calls my hotel room, apparently. I had a sense that the phone was ringing. I think it was in the shower at the time, but not much time had passed, and I get a knock on the door, and it was someone from the hotel that I was staying at. The hotel staff had been sent up to the room because Johnny...
Objection calls for hearsay and speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
So don't tell what the staff said. What happened next?
Then I start communicating with Johnny.
And when you say started, I mean, was he on the phone? Did you call him? What happened here?
He called the room and then my cell phone, and then once I was on the cell phone, he was accusing me of not being in my room, so he called the room, and I had to prove that I was in the room because
Let it sense the phone ringing.
by answering the phone. And we had a lengthy kind of circular conversation about
That spidey
where I
sense was
and
tingling,
why I didn't
wasn't it?
answer the phone. Why I didn't answer the phone immediately.
Probably see her in the Spider-Verse.
He didn't sound like he was connected to reality. It just didn't seem like, to me, it seemed like a previous pattern. I was unsure what to make of it because he wasn't right in front of me, but he was accusing me of what it seemed like is having, I guess, an affair or a reason to not be in the room that I got a sense from him was, cheating or, that I was hiding something and why I wasn't answering the phone, and hence why I got the knock on the door. That was right before I left.
So before you headed to Australia, what, if any, requests did you make of Mr. Depp for him to get you MDMA?
That's ridiculous.
Why is that ridiculous?
Because I would never, since that time I learned my lesson the hard way on the plane to Russia, I would never do MDMA with him. I'm asking
MDMA?
for a problem in that case. Like that,
I've done
I would never
ecstasy
do that.
quite a few times, and for what I know,
So you
MDMA
flew to Australia.
makes you like connect with your
and
feelings.
met
You know what I'm
with
saying?
Mr. Depp, right? And I'm going
Makes you
to.
horny. I never did pure MDMA. We looked for pure MDMA a few times when
These
we
are
were
some of the pictures that
doing our
Mr.
ecstasy
King, you
binges,
may
but
recall,
no,
was
never. I
testifying
think
earlier,
I
said he
got a
had
hold
on
of
his
some one night.
phone,
I'm not 100% sure. I
and
can't
then
remember.
those were given. So
So I don't have these, is what you're saying. Okay, that's fine. 1809.
Correct. I'm just going to show you a few pictures. Amber, do you recognize, and I realize you didn't take this photo. I'm going to move the admission of it, though, Your Honor.
Any objection to 1809?
No, thank you.
All right, 1809 in evidence. You can publish.
And let me pass one up and give one to the other side. We tried to, given the strangeness of this. May I put you on?
Yes. Thank you. I appreciate it.
With a driveway? Was that a deer?
Photo,
I do.
and could you tell the jury what this is?
That is the driveway leading up to the house that Johnny was renting while shooting Pirates 5.
Okay. And then I'm going to
That deer on the side of the road over there.
let's try to make this a little faster. And I'm
excuse
going
me.
to go 1810. I'm going to
Ms. Bretterhoff, if you have a series of photos, if you want to
Yes.
show council what they are, maybe we can get them entered all together and then you could just
yes,
go on with your questions.
yes. In fact, and these are all I will represent.
Take a look at them.
And Your Honor, if I may just approach, I'll give you the whole stack.
Okay, that's
Is that okay?
fine.
You can keep that up. By the way, Amber, you see those kangaroos in there?
When I was pulling up to the house, I saw kangaroos as well.
Oh, that's what it was. I know it looked like a damn deer. It was a
This
kangaroo.
was a pretty big driveway.
It was a pretty
I don't
ice.
have any objection. Sorry.
No objection to any of them?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
But make sure you look through them all too. I just want to make sure, because
Thank
I'll
you,
go ahead
Your
and read them into the record once you have looked through them all. And then
Wow. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've reviewed them. I have no objection to
All
any
right,
of these photographs.
So we'll enter into evidence defendants 1804, 1805, 1806, 1807, 1808, 1810, 1811, 1812, 1814, 1815, 1816, 1817, 1819,
Damn.
1820, 1821, 1825, 1827, 1828, 1829, 1830, 1831, 1834, 1835,
1803,
1837,
1804,
1838, 1839, 1840, 1841, and 1842. Did I get them all?
I believe so.
I want to make sure more than believe, so we agree that's all in evidence? Okay, they're all in evidence. So as long as you're just going to be referencing those photos, we'll keep it on
We're
for
gonna
you to
keep it
publish
moving.
them.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it. Okay. Whose home was this in Australia?
It was I
Yeah.
think like a well-known sportsman, racing cars or something of that nature.
Okay. Let's, Michelle, if you can pull up 1810. Is this another picture
Right.
from that home?
Yes, that looks like it's the view from the bathroom.
Okay.
Wow. What a
And then
view.
let's go, Michelle, if you can pull up 1811. Is that a picture of the home?
That's the house, yes.
Okay. And let's go to 1812. And
That's a view from the living room. It opened into a lagoon.
and then let's look at 1813. I guess that's just another view, little over of the swimming pool, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then let's do one more, 1814. This is inside the house,
Yes.
okay. And if you can look to the back here where I've got I'm making some, what if anything is that back there?
That's the kitchen.
Okay, this is the dining room and this is on the main level.
What we're looking at is the dining room table on the main level with the kitchen in the background.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to ask you to take this jury through your experience, what happened in Australia once you arrived there.
Well, I was nervous because of the conversations that I had with him before I left. And then in transit, I stopped in Dubai and spoke to him too. So I was a little nervous, but he indicated me that he wanted me to come. He said, I miss my wife at the end of the phone call that we had in the airport. I called him from Dubai. And he said, I miss my wife. I felt okay, safe to, it's good. And I missed him so much, that's all I want. All I wanted to do is see my new husband. I flew in, I arrived early. I walked into the bedroom. I was so excited to see him. And he was so, like, he had lost a ton of weight. So I just knew something was up. And he kind of quickly, kissed me and kind of, we had some interaction. It was brief. He was leaving to go work. He had to work that day. But then after the plan was he would come back, which he did in the evening, and then he was supposed to have a 3-day weekend, a long weekend. So he comes back that evening, and the chef had kind of prepared some things for the fridge, mashed potatoes, I think some spinach as well. There were some steaks in the fridge, but he had kind of prepped some of the sides. And I was looking forward to having this kind of, our style at-home date. We've just been, we're a new married couple. We hadn't seen each other for basically a month.
More miracle.
After getting married. And I start dinner and am happy to see him. And at some point early in that evening, he pulls out a bag of MDMA. I asked him what it was, and he told me it was MDMA. And I was surprised because at the time, that was, there was no question mark as to how I would respond to that, or so I thought.
What's up,
What do
fish
you mean?
cat?
Why would you even
Chad.
think that that's okay? He had already gotten clean and sober. I was, touch and go. But for the wedding, he was drinking Beck's. I think at some point he did have wine on the island, but it wasn't an issue, right? Just moved ahead. So I was surprised that he
Right.
would even pull out this bag and, well, frankly, not hide it from me. And he kind of seemed to suggest that we should do it together. And I was like, Absolutely not.
Well, that is the kind of drug you want to do with your partner.
I just got here. I want to see you. I want to spend time with you.
Let me tell you something. I've done ecstasy to the point that I would hump a bullfrog if it give me the time of day. Like I was just wanting to beat something. You know what I'm saying? You're just horny as hell. I don't know.
And it just seemed delusional at the time to me that he would even suggest this to be something that I could participate in with him. If you had been through what I had been through at that point, it's crazy. And at some point,
right. That's right, Chad.
He drinks in front of me. At first, I think it was like a Malbec or a wine or something.
Dude, my baby mama was a fucking nut, but
and
she was. I'd say she was a nut, and kind of started. I love her to death, but she was a slut, whore, whatever you want to call it.
And that was upstairs.
Man, she's the best lay I ever had in my life.
By the sunflowers. That's
girl.
More or less
She knew how to get down, man. I guess she was trained.
The kitchen.
You know. On the job training, you must say. We
get in an argument, and I shove past
Humping
him.
That bullfrog turns into a prince.
And he grabs me. We have an argument about me walking
said
away.
I was still dirty.
In my head, I was like, I
want to
take
MDMA right away. Coochie stinking.
But that would later be going through my mind. We had a brief interaction, and I don't remember the exact sequence of things. I wish I did. I have a lot of flashes. It gets a little bit more confusing from my ability to recall everything in a linear way a little later on as things got crazier. But for this part, the first night, what I distinctly remember is at one point, I don't think I had gotten very far, or maybe I came back into the room, but when he shoved me, I went flying across these parakeet floors. I mean, just skidding across these floors.
Good wax job.
And I remember thinking it just looked so easy for him to throw me around like that, you know. I just slid, screeching my skin against this like beautiful wooden floor. And we had another argument that was a spin-off from that. It was just kind of this
right.
on off sort of thing that I remember eventually in this interaction, he shoves me up against the fridge. He has me by the throat, and he just was holding me there by my throat. And I wondered if it was the drugs. I wondered if it was him. It hadn't, in my recollection, hadn't been that long. He has me up against the throat. He's kind of bashing me against the wall next to the fridge. We're kind of moving in that area. And at some point, I'm in his face.
Right, Joe.
And I don't know if he had let go of my neck or loosened my grip, but I remember slapping him across the face, screaming at him, screaming at me. I got my hand free when he tried to grab me when I walked off. I stormed off. I slammed the door upstairs. I don't know if it was in that instance or if it was in a later one that I eventually barricaded the door. You know, it wouldn't stop him from coming in. He could come in the other doors.
Cooking there, Spider?
You know, there's plenty of, there's a back door, there's patio, but at least I'd hear it. And this is March 2015. By this time, I'm being medicated by his doctor. He's giving me anti-anxiety meds, giving me, you know, had already tried to give me antidepressants. They didn't work for obvious reasons, I hope. I wasn't sleeping. I had insomnia. I'd wake up with panic attacks. I needed to sleep, but my ability to do so was really, really compromised at this point. And I kept thinking that I just wanted to hear him or know if he came in so I could be aware, so I could be ready for what was going to come in with him. And at some point I go back down stairs. I don't really know at what point I gave up and stayed behind my barricaded door, but I managed to go to sleep. I took some sleeping pills. I woke up, and when I came downstairs, he was still up. He confirmed that when I asked him that he had not slept, he had not eaten. So I tried to get him to eat. We get in an argument. He was accusing me of Eddie Redmayne. And by this point, he thought I was working with Billy Bob Thornton on the movie I just shot, but I had already worked with him a year earlier. But he was very upset about him and the gentleman that invited me to a concert in London. You know, my co-star, he was upset about these people, even though I had done that movie a year prior.
Who was that?
It was Billy Bob Thornton, Jim Sturgis, and Eddie Redmayne that he was upset about.
And let me just stop you for a moment. Have you seen Mr. Depp take any drugs by this point?
Oh yeah, sorry if I left that out. That when we had the argument about the MDMA, he suggested to me that it wasn't on the no-fly list, like it wasn't on the no list. That was his argument. That was his defense. Like, this isn't the. You didn't say I couldn't have this, and you know, over and over again, Johnny told me I wasn't the reason he was getting sober, but I was the reason he was staying sober. I had saved his life and all this stuff. It wasn't like it wasn't my job to police him, but I kind of ended up being in that situation. It seemed like in his mind, you know, when he would express that to me. So he took a handful of pills, and I didn't count how many, but when I came back downstairs, I did the math on the amount that was left, and I think it was either 8 or 10. I can't recall as I sit here now, either 8 or 10 pills of MDMA
That he had taken or that were left?
I don't know. I remember we had a conversation about the amount that he took. So I remember saying, you
Objection,
took all
hearsay.
Right.
Sustain the objection.
There were only a few left in the bag, so I think it was what he took. And I said, Johnny,
Objection, hearsay.
he confirmed that he took that amount and that he could take that amount.
And what amount?
At this point, there were 10. He had taken 10, 8 or 10. I can't recall.
And when you say at this point, is
Yeah,
that
I've been, dude.
the
I've been
secondary?
to court.
This is
God,
the
I asked a
second
lot
day.
of
This is
times,
after I've already
man. Federal
fallen
court,
asleep
well,
for the night
probably the
in
most
the room
scary
upstairs.
experience I've ever
Come
had.
back
But
downstairs. He was still
district
awake.
court, district court's where it be.
Okay, please continue.
That's
with
where
that.
everybody's jammed in there, just waiting to see the damn judge. You should see all your
was
homies on a
accusing
2B.
me
But then you get to that
of
third
beating
floor,
his
Superior
sister.
Court, that's when shit gets scary.
He was accusing me of not liking his sister. Something about the wedding. I was trying to put out that fire, as you will. I was trying to say, no. First of all, I'm not filming with Billy Bob. No, I wasn't filming with Jim Sturgis. Yes, I filmed with Eddie Redmayne, but he was a lovely gentleman.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Let's not offer to prove the truth of the matter.
Overruled.
Thank you.
And then when it came up with his sister, he was accusing me of kind of having this animosity with Christy. I tried to defend myself, explaining why her and I had kind of become
Powder form.
cold to one another. I don't know how else to describe it, because we never had any sort of
Yeah, honestly,
direct
dude, I've
interaction that was
never ever
negative.
snorted anything in my
We never
life.
had
I
any
mean, I've
sort of
taken
confrontation or anything, but
pills.
I did my best to
That's
explain
why
to him,
these days I'm like really.
what
I get so pissed off when doctors
could
try to
answer
like,
to
and I
that
know this,
accusation.
doctor's
And
job
at
is
one
to
point he
give you some medication that's going to help you whatever condition you have, but
I mentioned that. Well, I can't say
because
that.
this situation I just went through not
as a
long
result of
ago
that
with
phone call,
the whole
picks up the phone and
pain
calls
pills and
his
shit.
agent.
Anyways,
I
never
don't
mind.
know why, still to this day.
Yeah, I just
He calls a few
get to
people.
where I
I
almost
don't know who's on
despise
the other
pills
line. I
at this
just
point.
heard his side of it, and he's screaming at them. I got a sense that it was money, that he felt people had been stealing money from him, and that the studio had been ripping him off, and that
I've never done powder in my
he
entire
was
life.
calling himself like a whore, or he had been whored out. He seemed like he was upset.
Or any kind of powder.
I did not, at this point, this is maybe early
never
evening
snorted
before
anything,
the sun went
basically.
down on the second day. I remember he took the phone at one point and called my divorce attorney. I had at some point prior to this got a divorce attorney, or not a divorce attorney, a domestic relations attorney to do a post-nup because
I went to jail for domestic violence myself.
There was
she didn't show it for
there
court,
was
so
never any
case just
mention
got
or talk from Johnny
thrown
about
out.
a
But
prenup.
thing
But
about that was
I
even
had
because she didn't show
with
my baby
his
mom,
sister,
my
and
ex didn't
so
show
I
it for
thought,
court.
okay,
The
I'll get a
state
lawyer and
still
let's
could
do
pick up the charges,
do a
so I
post-nup.
still
When
could have
Johnny
really gotten some trouble.
found out
But
about that, or when I reminded him of that in
I
Australia,
ended up leaving after
he
that, man.
went
I
outside
moved
and
out that
called
house,
my
told her, I
divorce
said, look,
attorney and
I'll take
fired
care of
her
my daughter. I'll pay,
and
you
said the
know,
only way out of this was death.
utilities and whatnot.
Again,
But
and I heard that
we had this
already
nice
at this
house
point,
out there in Eastover,
March
3-bedroom, 2
2015,
bath, about an acre backyard, fenced
probably
in,
25
whatnot.
times.
Well, not the whole thing, but a big portion of the
So he's
backyard
screaming
was.
at her. He calls his agent.
I let her have the house, and she
I
ended up losing
I
it.
hear
She just gave up on it. I was like,
him
I wish she would have told me that before she did that, because I would have
screaming
kept the house.
incoherently at
I was,
my lawyer and his
it was like a rent-to-own
agent, who
situation.
comes back inside, and I genuinely didn't
But
know.
yeah, I got out of there. I was like, bro, if I gotta put I gotta be putting my hands on the woman, the mother of my child, the woman, you know, that I supposedly love. I ain't trying to be in a relationship like that. It's just not worth it.
At some
got
point
out of
shortly
there right after that.
I have been saying to Johnny, you need to sleep. Let's eat some dinner, baby. Let's relax.
My ex was
Please,
crazy.
like, calm down. In my head, I was thinking that it would genuinely change if he just got some sleep. He needed to sleep it off. He needed to come down off the drugs. Clearly, the combination of what he had taken pill-wise with whatever else he was hiding from me was not good. I had recognized that sort of delusion. I'd recognized that sort of
I'd just been schooled by him. Her attorney sucked at her predisposition and followed through with the same strategy and courtroom.
Aren't even being discussed or talked about.
I don't even take pills. I'd rather use herbs or something. Yeah.
Sleep it off, clean up, sober up.
Right.
And I thought we could. I remember.
Cut this air conditioner on real quick. I'm starting to get hot in here.
So that they would, be ready to cook. And I got out some of the food I was going to put together for dinner. I went upstairs. I don't know if I came back down in my nightgown at that point or if that was shortly after, but the next thing I remember is coming downstairs and looking for him. We had an interaction that I can't really describe. It didn't make a lot of sense to me. He was just belligerent, throwing things, screaming at me. And I realized I was back on the chopping block. I realized it was back. I realized that the arrows were pointed at me again. And I tried to defend myself. I was explaining, trying to say that.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It was not for to prove the truth of the matter. She hasn't even said it yet. But try not to say what you're saying unless it needs it for context or something. Try to say what he's saying.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. He was just belligerent. I don't know how to
All right,
describe
what'd I
it because
miss?
It wasn't making sense.
What's up, Mark?
I don't know how. I don't know how the immediate next string of
What's up, big?
Part of the violence actually even
Used to boxing.
But
Oh yeah.
again, he has me
all
up
about
against
it.
the wall, and I remember this time he slams me up against the wall
dragged
hard.
up testimony.
I mean, I hit my head hard. And this is a
Your
wall
lawyer
next to
doesn't want you to talk this long.
I say kitchenette, but it's more of a bar.
She's just reciting her script and not answering the question.
I remember kind of being slammed up against those. I remember pushing him off of me. I remember the name.
Sorry, I had to change shirts, dude. It's one of my favorite shirts. I wear it a lot. My mom gave it to me before she died. One of the things she gave me. I still got the pair of shoes. I wear those all the time. She bought me before she passed away.
I said,
had he been drinking by this time?
Calls for speculation and leading.
Marcus Cuddy, she's a dirty
What
liar.
if any drinks had you observed?
She wants her to drag on about nonsense.
Well, I had already seen him.
What's been going on, Biggie?
drink right in front of me, took a big swig out of a wine bottle upstairs right in front of me as in a gesture of like looked right at me and took a big swig out of it as a, like a show for, like, did it right in my face to make a point. And then when I came downstairs, he was drinking from the bottle. I don't know what kind of liquor. I remember there was another bottle open, and I was wondering why he was drinking both. But at some point, he had me up against the wall next to the cooling fridges, and I remember slamming my head up against the thing. He had me by the neck, squeezing my neck, and it got really nasty. It went
Right.
from like,
Exactly.
oh, no one likes you.
That
no
part.
one likes me. Everyone warned me about you. That's what it was. He started to tell me that everyone had warned him about me, and that he wished he had never married me, wish he had never met me. No one liked me. It sounds childish, but I remember feeling really hurt. And then at some point, I shoved him hard to get him off me. And he shoved me back and he said, "You want to go, little girl?" I couldn't, as I sit here today, tell you if that happened before he choked me up against the wall, but at some point, I am in a struggle with him where I'm holding his shirt lapel, and he kind of just flings me, for lack of a better way to describe it, throws me across the room. I land on a games table. It's like a ping pong table.
Flings me.
And I don't know if I was holding on to him or if he pursued me separate, but he gets on top of me on the games table and is just whacking me in the face, like repetitive. We struggle on the games table. I don't know how we get up. I don't know if he pulls me up. I wish I could tell you, but we were in this struggle down in this games room by the bar. And we had this conversation about the drinking, or argument about the drinking. And he holds up this bottle to me, and I'm saying, did you drink this whole thing? Something stupid, focusing on this detail, and he is telling me that I can't control him anymore, and that if I really wanted to try, take it. And then he's like taunting me to take the bottle from him. If I really want him to stop, why don't I take it from him? Go on. Kept saying, "Go on," and kind of gesturing with the bottle.
Probably a Formula One racer, huh, Mark?
And like he does that 2 or 3 times. I reach for it, he'd revoke it, kind of laugh at me, and he's holding out the bottle. I think like maybe the 3rd time or so I get a hold of it.
Bro, I know, man, dude. I've told you, I've said it a few times on my channel.
Slam it down on the ground.
Talking about it. I've dated girls who shot at me. And
I smashed the bottle.
Cut me with a razor blade.
And that really.
I've dated some crazy ones, but honestly, that's the kind of girls I used to attract, man. It's the kind of girl, I don't know, in a way, it's what I went. They were all fine. They were all beautiful.
It was like
and they were all 10s, you know what I mean? And and that's just not my standards, the standards any other dude around that was trying to holler at the girl. I was, or tried to holler at the girl or hollered at the girl I was hollering at.
I don't know if he
but they were all crazy.
Normally, I don't.
At that point, looks aren't everything,
I remember it sent me down to the ground.
That ugliness on the inside, man, is just all you see.
Off the floor, I stand up.
Even with my baby mother, man, she was beautiful, bro. Body of God, beautiful body. And she would get drunk, come home,
I kind of
smell like a damn carton of cigarettes and alcohol,
I
wanting to,
don't
wanting to
know
do it. And
how
I'm like,
much
man, I'm
time
not in the
passed, but
mood.
at
I'm
some
like half
point, he
asleep,
had a
and we
broken
get in the
bottle
argument. And it just
up
she was
against
the
my
type. I mean, my little
face,
baby
neck
mom, she could fight.
area
I mean, she could throw them
by my
hands, man. I
jawline,
seen her
and
beat the hell out
he
girls
told me he'd carve up
in
my
the club,
face.
man. But she was too crazy, man. I had to leave that relationship, man.
I don't know at what point in the
That was the
evening.
one I was
couldn't
talking
tell
about. I
you
ended up
what
getting
sequence
domestic violence.
wise
I
when
put my
that
hands
happened,
on her,
but it
man.
was
When she pulled a butcher knife out on me early in the morning, man. I'm
terrifying.
not
It
about to
wasn't the
get
first time
cut.
he said that to me. He said
I
that
beat
to
her
me on
with
the
the
plane
baby
as well.
walker. And I went to jail, and after that, I left.
But this time
I
he was
moved
holding a
out.
broken
I didn't want
bottle.
to stay with the girl that's the mother of
me,
my child, and if I got to put my hands on her, it's not right.
I honestly
She
don't
just say she couldn't
remember
help
if
but
I
take drugs and alcohol from
threw
him.
anything in his direction.
Right?
I don't think I did.
Her memory
I
is
just remember
flawed. End of trial.
him having me by the nightgown.
You should do
I
you should do a
remember
story video,
him
Chris,
flailing
on
me, throwing me
their
around,
relationship. Nah,
unflailing.
man, I ain't. It's about as far as it goes. And the reason why I'm
This
talking
is
about it now is because it's late, and I know there ain't
after,
nobody gonna watch this
there were
replay.
some bottles broken on the floor. I think this is actually after.
I'm not saying she's lying,
again,
but her lawyer sucks.
Forgive me. I wish I could remember the sequence, but it's flashes. He's throwing these bottles at me. I remember retreating.
Nah, they say he's a race car driver or
cans,
something.
like soda cans.
Mel
beer
Gibson,
or
a race
soda
car
cans,
driver?
And they're coming at me one after the other, and I keep pulling myself into the bar area. There's a bar behind me in like a, I don't know, like an L shape. He's standing in the only way you can exit, so I'm kind of trapped in front of the sink, surrounded
Good
by
luck
bar
finding a
on
vet
three sides with him in front of
pirate
me,
actor.
ish, kind of front
Right.
off to the left, and he's throwing these bottles one after the other, and I can feel glass breaking behind me. I remember feeling one of them go by my head really fast. I mean, a real velocity. I remember being terrified. I remember I couldn't move. I couldn't go anywhere. I eventually trying to, I don't know, he ran out of things to throw. I think that's how I moved myself towards the exit. And I believe that's most likely when we got kind of in this struggle by the bar area. Because I remember my feet slipping on the tile as he was slamming me from the wall to the countertops. At one point, he has me up against the wall, and he's punching the wall. He had my, nightgown, and it kind of ripped it off my chest. I remember at one point he's teasing me, taunting me that he has my breasts in his hand.
I told you that bitch crazy.
My nightgown came completely off. It was ripped off of me. So I was naked, and I'm slipping around on this tile and trying to get my footing. I remember slipping on this tile. Glass was underneath me, and I remember just trying to get my footing. I felt really destabilized and felt
Amber doesn't even.
Naked.
It was pretty
He's
crazy.
flinging me around, and at some point, I'm up against the wall, and he's screaming at me that he fucking hates me, that I ruined his life.
Crazy.
Remember, I ruined his life over and over. And he starts punching the wall next to my head, holding me by the neck. I get free from him. I kind of step back from him, and it's like his energy shifted to the phone. There's a wall-mounted phone on the wall next to where my head was, and he went from punching the wall to like realizing there was a phone there, and he picked up the phone and he's screaming. He's like at the top of his lungs, screaming, "I fucking hate you! I fucking hate you! You ruined my fucking life!" And screaming at the top of his lungs, he picks up the phone and starts bashing the phone against the wall where I was just being held. And I remember kind of having some distance on what was happening and watching him do this. And it was like his energy had shifted, and I was that phone all of a sudden. And he was just over and over again smashing this phone into the wall over and over again, screaming at me. And I was watching the phone every single time he pulled his hand back. It was just breaking into pieces. I remember thinking this phone is disappearing, was smashing it to smithereens, just going into the wall.
Tell you that bitch crazy.
And at some point, he's on top of no phone, but screaming the same thing. I fucking hate you. You ruined my fucking life. I'm on the countertop. He had me by the neck. And he felt like he was on top of me. And I'm looking at him in his eyes. And I don't see him anymore. I don't see him anymore. It wasn't him. It was black. I've never been.
Here we go.
So scared of my life. It was,
There we
it
go.
was black. I couldn't
Going for
see him. And he was looking at me, and I was trying to get through to him. I was trying to say to him in some way that it was me. I was trying to get through to Johnny. And I couldn't see him. I couldn't see him at all. And my head was bashing against the back of the bar, and I couldn't breathe. And I remember trying to get up, and I was slipping on the glass. My feet were slipping. My arms were slipping on the countertop. And I remember just trying to get up so I could breathe, so I could tell him that he was really hurting me. I didn't think he knew what he was doing. I don't know how. Sorry.
Biggie. My heart goes out to this poor angel.
I couldn't breathe.
See, that's why phones are mounting.
I don't know. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this.
Oh, wow.
I couldn't.
I see some tears.
I couldn't breathe. I couldn't get through to him. I couldn't.
I mean, I don't know how far we know she's telling the
Couldn't
truth,
get up.
man. You know?
And I don't know how that ended. I don't know. I don't know how.
They're both, man, yeah.
I don't know what
Toxic
happened
relationship.
next. I don't understand this.
He was smashing me, and I was trying to express he was.
The next thing I remember,
Tell you
I
that
was
bitch
bent
crazy.
over, backwards on the bar, meaning my chest was up. I was staring at the blue lights, and my chest was on this.
Right.
My back was on the countertops, and I thought he was punching me. I thought he was.
I mean, like, this that emotional, like, tears are going to come out. Like, you know, I mean, she is trained. Maybe she can hold them back, but hell, I even teared up on camera watching a freaking cartoon, Star Wars Rebels, bro. Ain't got no problem. I'm not even an actor. That was real emotions. I can't see close up. Can anybody see it? Let's blow this screen up.
He thought he was punching me.
I need to blow this up. Hold on, man.
I just saw his arm. I could feel his arm moving. And it looked like he was punching me. But I could just feel this pressure.
Yeah, she's trying to, yeah.
It kept hitting him. It didn't feel pain. It was just a pressure on my pubic bone, and I don't know.
I'll fall at sexist, but I'm just playing jury. You cry, you know. Anyway.
I don't remember what I said. I just remember being really still, not wanting to move.
Yeah, this is the court and court of public opinion. So
I remember looking at all the broken bottles, broken glass, and I remember that it's just not wanting to move. because I didn't know if it was broken. I didn't know if the bottle that he had inside me was broken. I couldn't feel it. I didn't feel pain. I didn't feel pain. I didn't feel anything. I didn't want it. I looked around and I saw so much broken glass that I didn't know if he would know. I didn't know if he would know if it was broken or not. And I just remember thinking, please, God, please, I hope it's not broken. I don't know how that ended. I don't know how I got off the countertop. I just remember it being in the bathroom. I remember retching. I remember the sound my voice was making. I remember I lost control of my bladder. I remember just retching. I remember there was blood on the floor.
That's where you get her. What she probably knew that. What kind of shoes was he wearing? What colors were his socks when this happened? Can't remember that. Fucking you remember anything else? Blood on the floor. Nah, I actually know a friend of mine who got off on a murder trial with something like that, because the defendants that were testifying against my boy said they remember seeing the handle of the knife that my boy. Everybody in the streets know. Everybody around here, like, if you're in the streets, you know who actually killed that.
Outside the front door.
I don't know. I'm just saying people say that anyway.
I remember him coming out to the front area, but I don't.
So they were like, they seen the color of the handle of the knife. He was stabbing him in, and this, that, and the third. And then the lawyer goes, okay, then what color were the two cars that y'all were fighting in between when he stabbed him? Couldn't tell him the color of the cars. He asked him a couple other questions. Couldn't tell him that. How can you remember the fucking handle of a fucking knife while it's being inserted into a person, but you can't remember the two vehicles y'all were fighting in between, or the shirt, color of the shirt somebody was wearing? That, you know, I was sitting in that, and then come to find out, my man's lawyer that he had was a freaking. He was a big lawyer here in Fayetteville, but you know, lawyers do pro bono stuff once in a while, and he was actually representing my boy as a public defender at that time. I was like, what? I said, this dude's a fucking, you know, and I was like, yeah, found out who he was.
Music, not in person. I could hear the music. Maybe he said it was Maryland, or maybe I could recognize it. I don't remember, but I became aware of it. That's what I was hearing. It was blaring.
I have a daughter. If this was true, he'd be intimidated
when I walked downstairs. He was still up.
Cure after the first fucking time, right? Pool cue.
I walked.
She says a lot of. I thought it looked like. I'm not sure. I couldn't tell you.
Going down the stairs.
Like, was she not there? Right?
Became
sounds
clear,
legit.
Like it became clear, like lettering.
My daughter has actress money. Ha ha ha! The whole hood coming, Johnny. Because of the MDMA and alcohol, Mark.
Down this, that we had a spiral staircase.
Which foot did he step on? Your public bone.
There's blood on the carpet. I could see blood drips.
They must have
I thought
something on the lawyer.
Arms or feet.
I must have something on that lawyer. This came back from seeing Doctor Strange 2. What I missed. Oh, dude, I've been reading some of the post, like, non-spoiler reviews of Doctor Strange. I cannot wait to see it, man. I really can't wait to see it.
That it was meant to be a message.
Too much funk.
I saw.
I'm starting to think this is a play from Hollywood to end.
But I really couldn't.
The Me Too movement once and for all.
Rest of the message, walking down the stairs.
Good one. Okay.
I saw birds in the house.
I dig that.
I thought that was surreal.
Possibility.
I went down to the main level where my painting studio was, and I had some canvases out, and it was in the living room area. And by the time I got down to the bottom of the stairs, the dried blood had been kind of taken over by paint. It was navy blue paint, and then brown paint. And by the time I got down to the and then it was, on the walls, on the lampshades, pillowcases of the
Everybody
sofa,
drop
the
your
sofa
link in the chat
cushions.
too if you
There was
want, man.
blood in
Share
the
your
painting
channel.
studio. The paint, my canvases have been covered with what looked like just brown, blue, green, red mess. It was just a mess. There was a painting that had.
I can't wait, man. Can't wait to see it.
A painting that the owners had that had,
I'm still wanting to watch Superman, Spider-Man, or Batman.
some other.
Oh, wow! You
Things.
seen those yet?
Overturned.
I know. I looked at the movie theaters playing at Hope Mills, Doctor Strange, and on Tuesday of next week, it's like $5 and something.
Blaring this music. He was in the
around
study,
lunchtime, and around 6:35 time, which was the time I looked at. It's only like $6 and some change.
Table area
but any other day is back up. Like, I don't know why that Tuesday is so different. But I think Monday or Tuesday, I can't remember.
Broken windows.
But any other day is up. Like, you'll pay $30 almost for two people to get in there and sit. Well, if you go into IMAX, forget about it. You're gonna pay like what was it, $16? I forget what it was. $16 or something a piece, I believe.
Empty bottles. I remember wondering where they came from.
I'm too busy getting these bangers funked.
And he just wasn't there anymore.
Shit, man.
Wasn't there. It wasn't Johnny.
Go see the late night movie.
He's standing at the office desk.
I'm chilling now. I got a little time, but I'm working on a rap song.
Rags or
bandana
rags.
Good luck, dude.
And
hey, Air Spider got some tight beats, man.
Down or somehow
I used to buy all my instrumentals when I told Air Spider about that. J Rum, did you ever look his name up, Air Spider?
I kind of put together
after my mom died, man. I stopped writing.
Put together that's
and then
like
a little accident I had kind of.
I quickly became aware that
how disappointed
paintbrush, even though there was lots of paintbrushes.
There was no Batman in the movie, right? Multiverse of Madness, you would think, huh?
Coherent conversation, as you can imagine.
Yeah, I splurged and got D-box seats, and they move and vibrate. Wow.
I said, "What did you do?"
There was some movie theater. It was the last one. Me and Jigs went to see Spider-Man in. Those seats did that.
Hours since this probably happened, assuming that
you dirty flippers.
Happened with the phone.
Haha, freshman. Wasn't disappointed.
In any case, I
heard
your
music.
Had been way too long that he had this.
So blood, I most likely heard his music.
And I said, "I'm going to call 911."
Oh no, yeah, J Rum. Oh, yeah, you talking about his beat instrumentals? Yeah, okay.
I still don't recall which of us.
What you rapping about? Big Comics.
Called Jerry Judge, his security. At some point we went upstairs. He came upstairs, but he went up to the third floor while I was in the main floor, the entry level floor. I went to make him a cup of coffee because he was demanding more Red Bull.
And I tell you what though, Big, getting in there and
that's probably not a good idea. I don't know why coffee.
Getting in the studio, man, some of the best therapy, man. I mean, I've talked to psychiatrists. I see a shrink once in a while, but
I don't know. Help was coming though.
Best therapy ever, man.
I remember I made him coffee.
It's weird.
I don't.
It's not like going to a therapist, but in a way,
screaming again. It was like back to square one.
Hearing that one instrumental, you can't help but spit something too, and then
I don't know how
getting
long.
that shit off your chest.
Seconds or minutes went by. Not long, but
best therapy ever.
Find Johnny, or Johnny finds them walking out of the
front door.
Who we
dissing? Damn right, Big. Who you dissing, brother?
They were trying to figure out what was going
on.
You. And as they were kind of looking
box
at
cutters, razor blades,
trying to figure out what the heck was going on.
Haha, joking, bro. But yeah, great movie. But a few moments you could tell was filmed.
Trying to pee or peeing
to
outside of the house, saying that he had more messages for me. And this is in front of security. And they kind of just
moments you could tell was filmed to be world flu safety. Apart from that, okay. You're talking about like the coronavirus or something, kind of talk on the coronavirus.
Back into
like a wrestling rap comic thing, NWO. I got some great rhymes going.
Trying to pee, that's what he was indicating, and he went to the wall of the house, and
I still want an NWO beat, Spidey.
Leave me more.
You mentioned it to me, Big.
Information for me.
I'm short on time, but for you, I'll try my best to fit it in.
More information for me. It made no sense. And Jerry Judge, his security, and one of the nurses shortly after. I think they put me in the theater room, but shortly after, I remember talking to one of the nurses, and she was trying to give me drugs to sedate
Objection,
me.
Your Honor. Hearsay.
Trying to give her drugs. She
Yeah,
didn't say
overruled
anything.
it.
Thank
Okay.
you. Keep going.
And I just remember crying and rejecting what they were trying to
Dude,
give
all
me,
I know is it's like a 4-hour
fighting with
video,
them
right?
about how
They
much
took
were
what
trying to give
was it an
me.
hour lunch
I
break earlier or
felt like I
something?
needed to
So she been
figure out
going hard, bro, for
what
like
was happening with my life.
she been talking
What was
at
happening with
least for an
Johnny.
hour and a half.
I didn't know if he was
I'd be fucking tired.
okay.
I was like,
I
man, I gotta
didn't
go to
know.
sleep.
I
Doze
actually
off on the stand for a hot
had
minute.
no idea, like,
So to
could
judge
this
bags
be
that
something
gaffle. Wake up, motherfucker.
he could die from? If anything, just the drugs and the
If
alcohol.
she was Black Widow, right?
I
Or
mean,
Mira, Mira.
that alone, I didn't.
No way to Black
You know,
Widow.
I was.
Or
I just remember being scared and being in this
Yelena
theater room,
Belova's
this dark theater room, and not knowing what the heck was going on.
a sister.
And
She was Mira.
I eventually was taken up to my room by one of the nurses, and they, I'm sorry, Debbie, and or suggesting I go up to my room. I went up to my room, and I took a quarter of what she was trying to get me to take, and I eventually fell asleep. I came back downstairs to look for my phone, which Johnny had picked up before security came in. He picked up my phone and said, "We're going to get to the bottom of this." He wasn't making any sense at the time. Understandably, just different. Nothing made sense. But he picked up my phone and was saying, I'm going to prove this. We're going to get to this. We're going to get to the proof of this. Something to that effect. I don't remember his exact words. And he pushed record on my phone. I didn't actually at the time think that he had done that. I had no idea, but I did know that I didn't have my phone when I woke up and went downstairs to get it. It was dead. It was sitting out on the dining room table by where Jerry Judge was sitting.
That's her.
Jerry Judge was on the phone and talked to me, and I went back up to bed, took more of this sedative, and fell asleep. And then I think the next day, went to the closet and took out the clothes that he hadn't painted on. I guess when he went back upstairs, he had just like, it looked like what he had done is dip his hand in a bucket of paint and just wiped it on my clothes. Just went, and he had picked up another portion of my clothes and put them in the bathtub. And I don't know if he added paint or if he just had touched them with paint. But it was this ugly navy blue brown paint. I packed what was packable, what hadn't been destroyed, and eventually left Australia with Ben King, who you met on the way there.
Let me stop you there because I want to ask you some more questions about those 3 days, and then we can talk about Ben King and going home. So, do you recall what bottle Mr. Depp was drinking from and then had that back and forth with you and you threw on the ground?
Objection, Your Honor. Compound leading.
Sustained.
Do you recall what the bottle was?
No, I don't.
Do you recall whether it was wine or liquor?
It was liquor. The wine was upstairs.
Do you recall what color
Excuse me.
it was?
Well, I believe it was white, clear, but I can't be certain. I think it was clear.
Do you remember whether it had a handle on it or not?
No, it was a normal bottle. I remember because he was holding it like this and gestured to me to take it. And I did try to reach for the bottle. It was a normal size, but for life of me, I can't remember like what brand.
I'd run that lady and
When you woke up that third morning and came out of your room, what, if any, food did you
oh yeah,
see?
she's trying to find
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
What my tactic? It was somebody
Your
else.
Honor leading.
Overruled.
See, yes,
There
definitely.
was mashed potatoes
Leading.
smeared all over the bedroom door, on the wall, in various places. But I remember opening the door and being really confused at first as to what it was. Had little like specks of
Oh God, yeah,
green,
big.
and
I
it
have
happened
a
to be
few.
spinach.
I have a few times, man. I'm like,
And,
get all that like liquidy stuff.
throughout the house,
Felt like I got
there was
peed on.
food
You know.
rubbed in
Yeah, I've been there a
places,
few
just
times. Oh, so I did something. I didn't
countertops,
realize.
walls, doors, as I mentioned. And
No, I'm fucking with you. You literally got
later
shit
that evening,
on.
I
She's
found
still bad. I
the
was the
raw
gay
meat that
guy.
I had left out, the steak, all over the house. There were pieces of it.
It happens to the
It was
best
cut
of us,
up,
big.
and he had ripped my nightgown into pieces, into shreds, and wrapped the meat up, like wrapped the steak pieces up with my nightgown. It was this really beautiful burgundy silk
Pig's
nightgown
crazy.
that
Pig,
had
you
this black lace trim. I ironically got it from Dr. Kipper for a wedding gift. And it was wrapped. I found it. I continued to find it throughout the rest of the time that I was in the house in Australia. There's pieces of it in the microwave, pieces of it in the
I'm telling you,
drawer,
dude. Every damn one I dated.
closet drawer.
I mean,
I
nowadays
mean,
my life's a little
raw-
different, but
raw
take
meat
what you can get. But back
wrapped
then,
up in my nightgown, as well as the
different
smeared
story.
food on the walls.
They were all crazy.
It was.
She's such a white
bizarre.
Single female, a single white female.
What, if anything, do you
Got peed
recall
on?
seeing on any mirrors?
Liquid stuff. Yeah.
Oh, he had written.
You mean you did to you?
He had written on the bathroom
Yeah.
mirrors, in the bedroom, and I believe he had. There was another mirror. I just don't recall which bathroom it was in. I suppose it was the one.
I
that
swear,
went
I got
to,
some
which is on
pictures. I
the
got
very
proof.
bottom
I got
level,
pictures, proof in there, man.
when
I
I
can't
was,
show that shit on YouTube. I swear.
um,
So I would in a
retching,
heartbeat. No shame in
for
my
lack of
game. But you
better
see
way
some of
to
that damn
describe it.
trim.
I think it was in that bathroom that he also wrote on that mirror as well.
What, if anything, do you recall?
In blood and
I'm-
paint, sorry.
I'm sorry. What, if anything, do you recall of any lampshades being written on?
Well, he wrote on messages to me, things to the effect of go-getter,
Go-getter.
horror sort of thing, like that sort of language, but calling me easy, calling me a slut, calling me,
Poop cover pics.
like just things about ego and what a whore I was. But it was hard to make sense of it because
Keep those
it
on
was
OnlyFans. I know,
clear
right?
he was just out of his mind. It was, I mean, he wrote on a back of a pillow in blood, and you can tell because it dries like in this ugly brown color. He wrote on the walls going downstairs. Like it took in fact, you could see where it looked like he had run out of blood because the messages became, the markings became clearly letters, and the letters kind of became like I could see where he had clearly run out of blood or it wasn't bleeding enough and went and got paint, and then it became paint and blood. You could see both. You could see where he went back with it. Same with the mirrors. I could see where all the dried blood was, and then I could see a different set of markings with paint and some other material.
You got
So I'm
picture
gonna go
proof of that?
back to the time in the bar, and I know this is very painful. Do you recall what Mr. Depp was saying to you when he had the bottle and was pushing it against your pubic bone?
He said that he would fucking kill me. I'll fucking kill you. He said it to me over and over again. He said, I'll fucking kill you.
Did you bleed from the vagina as well?
I did.
And did you experience any pain later?
I must have missed something.
I didn't.
What the damn blood from? What do we get on the vagina?
About that.
The hell?
I was heartbroken.
All right, big. Appreciate you coming through, brother.
I realized that I could be hurt because I
You
was
would
bleeding.
fucking kill her with a bottle Through the
But
public bone, pubic bone.
I convinced myself it wasn't broken and that the bottle wasn't broken, or else it would be a lot worse. And the discomfort I was feeling afterwards just paled in comparison to how scared, shocked
Wait,
I was.
Did he
Scared.
rape her?
I
What
just
did he
married
stick a
this
fucking?
man.
What happened with her? I was talking, I guess. I
I
missed it.
just married him.
What was up with the vagina? Blood from the vagina. Did he shove a bottle up in it or something?
Forgive me for asking this, but I need to just make sure the record's
You would
clear.
thinking about that, like reliving that in your head, that'd probably bring
Up
some
the
tears or
vagina
some
into the
waterworks,
pubic bone, is that correct?
if that's what they were talking about.
Leading.
Sustained.
What, if any, penetration
Yes.
was there in your vagina? With the bottle. I'm so sorry.
Do that.
I am
Okay.
so sorry.
Here they go. They're about to make her relive it.
Johnny had the bottle inside of me
Oh yeah, she's trying to bury him, bro.
and was shoving it inside of me over and over again.
He rubbed a broken bottle
Did you
on her
experience any
pubic
cuts
bone. Fuck's a
on other
pubic
parts
bone?
of your body?
My forearm.
But her sliced vagina hurt less
My
than his
bottoms of my
emotional
feet were sliced
damage
up
for her
pretty good.
testimony.
Did
He
you
stuck a
have
bottle
any
up
other
there.
bruising?
I suspect it was an ongoing
I had
sex
bruise
act.
across my jaw, I suppose.
I see some
from
guys
the-
make this friggin'
from the
y'all don't
main-
want to. Y'all don't hear none of that
across
crazy
my
stuff in my
face
back in the
downstairs.
day. It's like I can't remember how to work on a computer because of that stroke I had, but I can remember crazy ass
think I
shit
just
that
didn't
happened at times. Oh god.
make a record of any.
I remember sitting in that motel room trying to eat my
Anything
damn
else?
Whopper and looked over and them boys had this freaking chick riding a fucking Colt
I'm going to
45
ask you
double
to
deuce, or was
turn
it a 40? I
to
think it was a double deuce. I'm like, man, y'all better get the fuck up out of this room. What the hell y'all got going on?
let's
Her name
go
was
to,
Ping Pong. One of the
18,
prostitutes from around the way.
10. Well, actually,
Jesus Christ.
let's go to 1815. Michelle, if you can bring that up. Defendants 1815. And I think these are all in, Your Honor, so if we could publish.
they can all be published.
Is this the game table?
Ping Pong.
Yes, it is.
I said the name and also we get Ping Pong.
Based
Fucking
on your
YouTube is listening.
testimony, is this where you were you on top of this table?
Yeah, that he briefly got on top
But
of
that
me.
was her name, Ping Pong. The hard
and
part,
was
you be
pushing my
dry
throat, actually, at some point when I was on the table. I had forgotten about
pelvic
that.
bone, I think.
And,
Yeah.
This, though, looks like it is after a lot of the stuff was cleaned up, because it didn't look quite like this.
Okay. And did the table collapse?
Yes, it did.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Sustained.
What, if anything, happened to the table?
The table collapsed underneath me when Johnny threw me into it.
I know, right?
Got on top of me, or fell on top of me. I honestly don't know which one.
We could look at 1816, please, defendants. Do you recognize this, what's depicted in this picture?
The lawyer keeps emphasizing pubic to make it more rapey. Yeah.
Yes,
What is it?
it looks like the bottles that were by Johnny on the desk when I came down that last morning, and he was still up, still drinking.
Did y'all have those bottles analyzed?
If we could
Vaginal.
go to defendants 1817.
Moisture.
The bottle shape. The bottle shape.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Tell you that bitch crazy.
I don't. I have not.
Go back to 1816.
Your Honor, I had confused. Is there a question?
I was
Eric, you
thinking-
want to ask a question?
What more do you recall?
You had,
about this
sorry, it took me a minute to respond because it's hard. It took me a minute to respond because I had not remembered seeing the bottle that Johnny was using on me. I didn't have a memory of seeing it. And this picture, I wasn't aware of until just the other day, yesterday, the day before. And
That's the bottle.
and I felt my stomach tighten up, like I was going to be sick when I saw it. Because even though I didn't remember seeing the bottle, what I had remembered is a pressure, like something square, which is why I thought he was punching me. I was feeling the square, something firm hitting me, like butting up against my pubic bone.
So I take it's the
Over
short
and over
bottle
again,
with the
I
little,
felt that pressure against my.
Can you draw a
bone.
picture
It
of
felt
it,
like
sir?
a flat
Yes, sir. I
surface.
think I can real quick.
But when I realized it was an object or bottle,
I am not a
not
professional
his fist,
artist,
which is what I
but
thought, because
I think
his
I can
arm,
draw
I could
a
see his
picture
arm
of
while he
this.
was holding me down, saying he was going to kill me, but I thought he was, his arm looked like he was punching me. And I hadn't seen this bottle. I didn't.
Is this the bottle that was
know,
up
and
in you
then
that night?
This came out in Ben's
So it's a little crooked
evidence
right there. I
because he didn't
apologize.
share it until this date,
Objection, Your
until this
Honor.
trial.
Sustained.
And so I recognize it.
She had a hard time because she didn't
All right,
remember
now
the
let's
bottle
go to
until
defendants
yesterday.
18,
Depp could
17.
make a fortune selling his empty bottles. That looks like the fist.
Do you recognize this area or this picture?
Yes,
It's like
it looks like
just
one
use
area
a sex
of the
toy.
bar.
I got millions using bottles.
Obviously, this is sometime later because all the liquid is dried up. It's quite slippery. I was slipping all over that tile. That's how I know. Looks like a lot of the glass has been cleaned up almost.
Okay. And then let's go to 1818. Actually, I think
I'm
that's,
sorry, which?
Yeah,
which-
I don't
that's-
have that
That's
number.
not in evidence.
yeah, that's a duplicate.
Oh, it's not in the
Let's go to
evidence.
1819.
Can't show it.
Okay.
Can you?
Do
Ooh,
you
wow.
recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is this?
This is close to where my feet were when I was dangling off the counter. When he had me on the countertop by my neck, my feet were slipping on the tile, and I just remember my feet. I remember feeling glass underneath my feet and slipping. I couldn't get up. I couldn't alleviate the pressure on my neck as he was crushing me. That's around that, not around, that's next to that. All the way at the end of the picture is the bar where I was standing when he was throwing bottles at me.
Can we go to 1820? Do you recognize what's depicted here? The area.
Yes, that's to the left would be where the wall-mounted phone was. Right to the left of that. To the right of that is the little L-shaped bar that I was telling you about, where I was trapped. And
when you say to the left of the wall,
I'm
what do you
sorry.
mean? Is it off the picture or on the picture?
So if you're looking at this picture, imagine up and to the left at person height, at site height, was like a I don't know if it was antique, but it kind of looked old-fashioned, like an old-fashioned heavy. It looked heavy. I didn't pick up the receiver, but it looked heavy when I was watching it break. You know, it looked like these
Put
like
them bottles out there to the
glass-
ABC store ASAP.
Excuse me. It's really thick, heavy,
Chris is just
not plastic,
leaving
but like a
my
big
horrible
light or
comment on
something
screen.
heavy material in it. That's my best guess. So that would have been to the left, and then to the right would have been the very end of the bar that you just saw a picture of.
All right, let's go to 1821, defendants.
Up and to the left is
And do you recognize what's depicted in this photo?
Yes, that's the bar that I was just talking about.
Now, I see a phone on the right side. Is that the phone you were talking about?
No, that's not. This is a wall-mounted phone. That's a landline.
And you see straight ahead at the very, if you look straight ahead at the picture, on the top part of that, it appears to be some broken glass. Do you recall, what do you recall of that?
I recall more than just this window being broken. This is one of the windows that he broke when he was throwing things at me. My body was standing in front of that little kitchen sink you see at the end of the picture. I suppose that's some of the glass I felt, though, on the backs of my arms. Like when the window shattered.
Okay. Let's go to 1822.
1822, I don't have in evidence. 1822 is not in evidence.
That's exactly why I just went over here. Let's go to 1825, I think. Is that the next one you're on?
1825 is in evidence.
Okay. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, that's where Johnny was standing when I found him the last morning. That morning, it might have been like midday. When I say morning, it was after I woke up. It was certainly not early morning. And he was standing at that desk, behind the desk, with the Manson blaring. When I found him and told him that I was going to call 911 if he didn't call Jerry.
If you look in this picture, there appears to be a lampshade down below. Do you recognize that lampshade down below the table?
That's one of the lampshades Johnny wrote threats or messages to me on.
Okay. Then let's go to 1827.
Is that Marilyn Manson? Johnny done cocaine with.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do. That's my painting studio. So when I walked downstairs and saw all the blood on the walls, I walked into this room first. That's where the stairs empty into this room, and kind of my painting area. And those are the canvases that he repainted.
And
Right.
do you see, if you look,
I'm pretty sure those
at the
repainted
white-
canvases
white
probably fetch a little
tablecloth
bit of a
table
dollar
to the
right now.
of that, do you see a lampshade there?
Yes, I don't know if that's the same lampshade or another one.
Okay. Then let's go to 1828. And do you recognize what's in that one?
I do. Those are my were my paintings. That
Is that a nipple? God damn, I
don't
gotta
know
blow up
when
the
he did
screen on. I got
if
that
it was
miniature
before or
screen
after
up.
the writing on the walls, but he just
Shit. Can we go back to that picture, please?
So I just want to make sure, so the painting canvas that's dark colored, there's two of them there.
well, there's 2 or 3, and then there's a smaller one in the center. and
Yeah, repainted.
that
He
was,
repainted it with his blood, I guess, maybe.
his daughter. I was trying to paint a portrait of, and that was untouched.
Okay.
Okay, and then, but
Oh, yeah.
just
No, it
so
was a nipple.
we're clear, the one directly in front of you that looks like it's just a lot of dark colors, was
Oh.
that dark colors before, or
I am a,
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
I said, was that dark colors before?
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, change was there on that canvas?
oh, I'm a terrible painter, but I'm not that bad. That was not my painting. It was the start of a portrait, and he changed it dramatically.
And then to the right side, on the other side of, more to the right than the one you already testified to.
Oh,
is
wow.
that what
Was
that
it?
picture
She
looked like
doing
before,
painting?
or is that,
So
Objection, leading.
what, if any, changes were there?
I
to
got my
that?
daughter's footprints
Picture.
tattooed on my arm. That's just, I ain't
well,
No,
the 3 canvases.
pictures of my daughter's nipple
were
up on the wall.
portraits.
I bet I
so they
will.
looked similar
Huh.
to the one that's in the center that I was doing of his daughter.
And the white that's below, what, if any, changes were there to that? The white canvas that you see there?
It just looks like the painting was. It looks like once he destroyed.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sorry. Sustain.
Was there anyone else in the house besides Mr. Depp and you?
Not that I know of, no, and no one was around.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe somebody other than Mr. Depp did this?
Objection, leading.
Sustain.
What, if any, reason do you believe that Mr. Depp did this?
Objection,
That was not, what, if any?
What's the objection?
leading.
No, I'll overrule that objection.
Thank you.
She's on her game
It
back
was
there,
just
boy.
Johnny and I in that house over the course of those 3 days, roughly. There might have been somebody, his assistant or something, come on the first day or second day, I can't recall, but for the majority of for the entirety of what I've been describing to you, it was Johnny and I in that house.
And did you do any of this? Did you
No.
create any of this damage?
No.
I'm also going to take a look at the white tablecloth to the right there.
And also, Johnny was covered in paint. So, to answer your question fully, that's also how I know.
All right. So I'm also just going to draw your attention to that white tablecloth over there. Does it appear to have some paint on that as well?
Yes, there was paint all over the place, to say it plainly.
Now, the painting that you indicated, there was a large penis, I believe. Where was that?
I believe it was just like, if you're looking at this, I believe it was on the wall,
Large penis.
right next to the painting directly center that we're looking at. That's my best recollection, but I can't be entirely sure.
Okay. Let's go to 1828.
I think that was 1820.
Oh, 1829, my apologies. And do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
What's in it? And what was this?
This is one of the lampshades that Johnny chose as a medium to leave me messages in blood and paint.
Okay. Let's go to 1830. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that's one of the bathroom mirrors.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if you could just look to the left, and I'm going to go ahead and circle it over here.
Oh, bro, you need to
You see
definitely stop drinking.
red and black there. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And there were some questions that were asked earlier about that red. What, if anything, did you write on this mirror?
I didn't write anything on the mirrors. was as confused as anyone in hearing that testimony.
And based on looking at this area that I have circled, is the black on top or underneath the red?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation, leading.
I sustain the objection. All right, this might be a good time to take a break. Why don't we go ahead and take our afternoon break, ladies and gentlemen? Let's go ahead and have our break. Do not discuss the testimony with anybody and don't do any outside research. We'll come back here. All right, in 15 minutes.
15 minutes. Guys, Amber's Fist alcohol will be in stores coming soon. Just trying to work out the broad strokes of the bottle design.
Okay,
but,
thank you.
I think this
All right,
is
thank you.
pretty much it. It will be a bourbon, MDNA mix. Little, yeah, that's it. That is her best recollection of Aquaman's schlong. It looks like typical Hollywood art to me. What's the question? All right, let's see what we get. Last time I tried to fast forward this. 15 minutes. Should be about it right there. So we get this thing right. That work of art is worth $1 million. Damn right.
Mad he was at me and constantly telling me I had.
All right, here we go. We're back. "15 minutes later."
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Based on your perception, which color is
I'll
underneath?
sustain the objection.
All right, let's do this. Let's bring up defendant's 375, which is already into evidence.
Sorry, I think I went back a little too far. I went forward a little too far. There we go. Wow, I think the first one was a 15-minute or hour break or 30-minute break, I think. So, wow, this chick has talked for like almost 3 hours. I'd probably look like that too if I had to sit there and yap for that long. I ain't lying, man. See, this is, yeah, this is definitely one of the reasons. I mean, me personally, I am getting married. No, I mean, but then I look at like my grandpa when he got sick with cancer and died, and how my grandma sat there and took care of him. He had to wear a diaper, in his 70s, and he taught. I remember him saying that I am an old man and I have to wear a diaper. You know, he couldn't even get up out of the bed by himself, but my grandma's sitting there taking care of her husband.
1830
Stuff like
for a
that,
moment.
yeah, man. I mean, like a loved one there, someone you love to be there to take care of you when you can't take care of yourself.
1830. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
but no, man. Everybody, I mean, so many relationships. I don't know. It's a flip of the coin. You could meet that one that would be that very special ride or die, male or woman, you know, guy or
Yeah, but
girl.
we were talking about this right before the break.
A lot of like my brother,
It still
he
has
just
my
went through a
highlight.
nasty little situation with his ex that he got
Which
married
color is underneath the other?
to.
Objection.
Oh my God, there's so
Calls
many
for
folks.
speculation.
I just hope my
Chicken-
son. I know my son. Seems like my son
Based
found the
on
right
your
woman.
perception, which
I'll
color
I
is
just hope,
underneath?
you know,
sustain the objection.
because they're so happy right now. But you know, it's
All right.
always got to be
Let's do
prepared
this.
for those
Let's
rough
bring up
days.
defendants 375, which is already into evidence.
But you know, I don't know. It's a flip of the coin, man. You know, not saying all chicks are crazy because shit. Fuck, I know some guys out there Looney Tune themselves.
I think I need to clear that highlight, Your Honor, but I don't have. The
Oh yeah, when I was
control
talking about earlier, I was starting to talk about like my aunt.
It's in the top right corner.
My aunt that went to prison for 10 years for
Thank
murdering
you.
this guy
There
who,
it is.
you know, put his hands on her. He was a
Um,
woman beater, beat his
And we're gonna
mom, beat
ask
his
you-
pregnant
ask you to
girlfriend.
Take a look at this. Is the picture that
My
we
aunt,
saw earlier.
who has been
And do
dating,
you see?
he's basically my
the
cousin, but I
area
call
that's
him my
written in
uncle.
red here.
Yes.
Okay.
They
So
had
what,
a
if anything,
toxic
did you have
relationship
do
up to the
with
point my
the
aunt left
writing of that
here
red?
recently because she got out of prison.
Nothing.
She went back
you-
eventually, went back to
Before
Uncle
this
Mouse,
trial,
is
did
his
you know
name.
who Carly Simon
And
was?
he's a little dude, man, but he's
I might
very
have heard her music,
intimidating
but
and
no,
you know
I
crazy.
didn't.
He's crazy.
Did you know what
Um,
songs Carly Simon
my aunt
wrote or sang?
found a
No,
pair of
you have to tell
panties in
me.
his drawer one day. She walked down his
All right.
house. I mean, my uncle's
And
got a
then
lot of old,
If you
classic,
can just
valuable
remember this picture,
Native
this
American
picture, and then the
artifacts,
red
or
area
you know,
there that I've
he's got a lot of old
Okay,
classic
and then I'm gonna
paintings in
ask
his house and
Michelle
stuff
to
like
take
that.
this one down
She
and
went
put
down. She went down his hallway
1830
and
back
lit the
up.
curtains on fire in his house, and went outside, opened up the lounge chair, sat in the front yard, and watched his house burn down. He eventually,
I'm gonna
yeah, he eventually,
ask you
well,
to take a look at this.
she eventually moved back in his next
Did
house he got. You know,
you-
that house burnt down. He got
What,
another
if
one.
anything, did you do to this mirror with respect to the
Nah,
black
bro.
or the red?
Hell no.
I didn't touch it.
Okay.
Can't be in no kind of crazy shit like that.
And what, if any, pictures did you take?
I took a picture of the.
Tell you
It
that
was
bitch
the picture we
crazy.
had right before this is the one I took because it was in the bathroom where I found my clothes in the tub and stuff like that.
And that's, let's go to 374, please.
Oh, you that bitch crazy?
That's already in evidence. Is that the picture you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I just want to make sure that I understand. What else was in this bathroom where this mirror was?
The bathtub and another mirror, which also had writing on it. The bathtub had a few of my clothes in it and paint. And both of the two mirrors were painted. I believe I took a picture of both mirrors.
Okay. And then I'm going to ask you, Michelle, if you can bring us back to 1831. And did you take this picture?
No,
Okay. And do you see in the mirror there, can you see the bathtub in the back there?
I can't.
yes, I can.
Reflection.
All right. Was that the bathtub that you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
And that had your clothes in it?
Objection leading.
I'm sorry, what, if anything, did it have in the bathtub?
A few of my clothes with paint on them. You can see them. I think that's what I see in the corner of the mirror.
Okay. And then let's go to 377 for a moment. That was in evidence already. And do you recall seeing this picture earlier?
I do.
Okay. And now let's go to 1829, please. Does that appear to be the same lampshade, but in color?
It does appear that.
Okay,
It is.
thank you. All right, now let's just go through. I'm going to ask you to take a look at 1834. And what does this depict that you can recall?
That is the TV that Johnny threw the cup of coffee at.
Okay. And let's go to 1835. And what does this depict?
One of the sofas in the living room next to the kitchen with blood on it.
Okay. And then let's go to 1837. And what does this depict?
It's one of the guest bedrooms with Johnny's iPad on the bed and blood and or paint on the duvet cover.
All right, thank you. Now let's do 1838. And what does this depict?
A lampshade or a lamp that has been robbed of the shade.
Okay. Let's go to 1839. What does this depict?
A different bed with more blood on it.
And let's go to 1840. And what does this depict?
Blood on one of the guitars that Johnny was apparently trying to play.
Okay. Then you didn't try to play the guitar.
Objection, Your Honor.
What
Call
if
for
any-
speculation.
I didn't even get the words
Overruled at
out.
this point. Next, your question.
Okay. What, if any, effort did you make to play a guitar?
I've never played the guitar.
Okay. Let's go to 1841. What does this depict?
It is where Johnny slammed the end of a bottle into the wall while holding me up against it.
Is this in the bar area?
This happened in 2 rooms, so it's hard to tell.
Okay.
The bottle into the wall, the best of my recollection, happened in the kitchenette bar area downstairs, but I can't be 100% certain.
Okay. And let's go to 1842. What does this depict?
Another broken lamp.
Okay. And then I've just got a few more left. 1805. And what does this depict?
Wine spill. It looks like the remnants of a wine glass being thrown.
Like the remnants of one hell of a party.
And it looks like broken glass.
Do you recognize where this was? in the
Right?
house?
Trying to play,
It looks
yeah.
like a bedside table, but I can't be certain.
Right, yeah.
Okay. Let's go to 1806. All right. Let's let's skip that one and let's go to
Oh, I want to see that one. That
1808.
look like some damn bud, bro. Rewind it.
Do you know what this depicts?
Wine spill.
Okay. All right. Now you started to
Excuse me.
testify about, well, before we go there, in these pictures, would you say they accurately depict the damage that you saw that third morning?
No.
What else, why, how are they not accurately depicting?
Well, if you can believe it, this is it seems significantly cleaned up. There was much more damage, specifically broken glass. On the countertops, there was a lot of broken glass. I could feel it cutting my arms when I was trying to get up. And I could feel it underneath my feet. So I don't know when these pictures were taken, but there's been some cleanup.
Would seem so, Joe.
You indicated that that Johnny had turned on your
She
iPhone
looks
and
like a
recorded.
damn
Is that correct?
Miracle Whip
Yes.
over
Did there come a time that
mayonnaise
you
user
discovered
to
a
me.
recording on your iPhone? from
Probably fucks with
Australia?
helmets.
Yes, much later, there was this 5-hour long recording, and naturally I didn't know what that could possibly be, because even though Johnny and I recorded each other often as part of our, struggles to figure out our relationship, this one was, 5 hours was unusual. And that's when I discovered that there had been this recording of the end of the Australia incident,
Mayo witch.
if you will.
And did you listen to that
Miracle
recording?
Mayo.
I have heard it, yes.
And does it accurately represent what was depicted in that recording?
Yes.
Objection, form, lack of foundation.
I want to write a story. I've got a couple story ideas I've been jotting in my notepad, or like two for sure. One I really been writing in. I'd like to write a comic book or a story about a Mayo Wars. Mayonnaise clans going at it to be the top Mayo. No, I just thought of it. I just thought up that. Recording, fighting isn't copying. It's baiting. Yeah, I seen some videos where she like got up and then tried to hide her phone and was trying to record. And I didn't know if like she was trying to like, well, she probably would have edited that part out if she did, but trying to like get him into an argument, like, get him kind of hot and heated, and then cut her phone on the record and gets his side, but she was the one that instigated it, Like I know the one where he was like digging in the cabinets and she was trying to hide the phone over on the table. It's copying coping skills.
Mr. Hopkins, can you tell me the number of the exhibit number so I can?
378.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Number, you testified that you made arrangements to return home. Can you describe, let's take you to the point you left the Australia house to go to the airport and were accompanied by Ben King. Could you tell the jury what transpired during that period of time?
So
She said it like
I left,
recording a fight is a
Australia
normal way
shortly
to
after that.
fix a marriage.
My
But it's
understanding
the
is
exact
John was in the
opposite,
hospital with
right?
fever, and Ben King was going to accompany me, and on the ride,
Yeah, that's the good way to relive
the airport,
moments and not
Johnny
be able to
calls
push
me,
forward.
and we were just crying on the phone. He was crying.
Let me get some of that, brother.
He asked if it was
sharing is caring.
If he had killed it, meaning the relationship, it was, I don't remember the exact words that he used, but it was kind of asking me in that way, is it done? Is this over? Did we kill it? Did I kill it? So that sort of thing. I don't remember what I was saying to him, but we hung up as I went into the airport. I had a mix of feelings. Nothing really was making perfect sense to me, for sure. And I flew back with Ben. I don't really remember speaking to Ben on the flight.
Do you, when Mr. Depp was, what you testified on what Mr. Depp said to you on the phone ride, were you on the phone with anyone else, or was it just Mr. Depp you were on the phone with?
I only remember speaking to Johnny, and I remember sitting in the backseat of the SUV that had driven me, and we were outside of the entrance where you walk into the airport, and I even then felt torn about leaving. I obviously didn't want to stay, but I was in such shock and
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I don't know how that's non-responsive.
We're going to ask your question again.
Okay. Please tell us how you felt at that point and what Mr. Depp was saying to you.
I remember.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
She was in the middle of responding to it, Your Honor, and Your Honor said
It was
ask
a different question, but I'll sustain that objection if you want to ask.
Okay. How did you feel at that time?
I felt destroyed. Like my heart was broken. I didn't know what to do. I thought maybe if I left him in Australia, I thought maybe something would happen to him. I thought he might die or kill himself, because it certainly seems like the trajectory he was on. He told me he had put a cigarette out on his face before, the Friday before, and combined with all the, when I was in the bedroom and he was in the hospital, I found, and I was packing my bags and stuff, I found all these empty bags, Coke bags, dime bags with white residue on them. In them. They were in books, in the bedside table. There were so many that I was like, I wondered how I didn't see it before, even though I had, just gotten there. So I was worried he would die. And I was worried that we couldn't come back from what happened. I was worried that there was just no way to turn this around. There was no going back, but shock. Shock.
So you flew out of that airport. Did you have a stop anywhere before you went back to LA?
Objection, relevance.
In a minute, I'll show
Overruled.
you.
Yes, we did. We stopped in an airport. I think it was, we stopped at the Sydney airport from Brisbane, I believe.
And did you have to change gates there?
Yes, we had a short flight to get to Sydney, and then in Sydney, I walked with Ben through the airport to get the next plane, and we passed a newsstand. And
Right.
I just remember I passed this newsstand, and there was a book on one of the book stands outside of the store, and it had this puzzle piece on it, and Johnny and I used to use that as a term of endearment, puzzle piece, and I saw this puzzle piece on the cover of the book. It got my attention. It said 4 ways to click, a relationship guide. So I bought it, and I.
Who was the author?
Dr. Amy Banks.
Okay. Go ahead, please continue.
So the book, at least from the subtitle, said it was a book on solving relationship problems. So I bought it and I read it on the way home.
And why did you buy it and read it on the way home?
Because I loved this man. I loved this man so much. And it was so toxic. And for some reason, I couldn't get him to not hurt me. I couldn't. And it seemed like I was hurting him. We loved each other so much. At least I loved him so much. And I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do with this relationship. It was awful and toxic, but it was so important to me. And I loved him so much. I would have read 1,000,000 books.
So when you got back to LA, how long before Mr. Depp came back?
A few days. Johnny came back within a few days. He went to his Sweetser house, the main house, which was what we did. You know, if there was a problem between Johnny and I, we weren't under the same roof once, you know, the fight had either paused or ended, depending, but he would go to Sweetser and I would stay at the ECB. And so he went to Sweetser upon landing, and there was some conversations with the medical team, you know, doctors and stuff. And I just remember feeling concerned for his life because things had changed, and without saying what they said to me,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
She said without saying.
She's characterizing it.
I'll overrule for now. We'll see where we go.
I became really, really worried that Johnny was not going to live through this, that there would be infections or problems and things, and he wouldn't stop using Coke, and he couldn't get the surgery he needed because he wouldn't stop using Coke, and they wouldn't put him under because of all the Coke. So
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
All right, I'll
Luck
sustain as the
Foundation.
last part.
Okay.
All right, next question.
So when did you next communicate? When did you next see Mr. Depp after you got back from Australia?
I saw him a few days. I don't know how long it was, but it was at the doctor. I think my best recollection is that it was in the doctor's office or around that he needed a procedure.
Did there come a time that you reconciled after Australia?
Yes, because it almost felt like it went away so quickly because there was this surgery that he needed, and there was maybe he had more than one surgery, but it was, you know, like it became very, very about getting Johnny through the next step. You know, getting Johnny home, getting Johnny off the Coke long enough to get the procedure done, and then after that procedure, getting another procedure done. And it was just these small steps. And before you know it, we were kind of back in it. With the prospect, of course, of him being done with all the drugs and drinking, because that's what necessarily had to happen for him to have this surgery. So that made me feel a little, you know, a little bit more secure and kind of coming back into this relationship with him.
So I'm going to take you to March 23, 2015, which is a few weeks after, 2.5 weeks roughly after Australia. Where was Johnny staying at this point?
I think he was staying at the Eastern Columbia, at the ECB. Yeah, he was staying at the ECB at the time because we were kind of in the bedroom together the night of the 22nd, which is when he passed out, how I found his iPad.
I'm sorry, when you,
I found his iPad open. He was texting someone with it open. He passed out. And I saw what he was texting.
please tell the jury about that.
He was texting this woman that he had had a relationship with on and off, kind of at the beginning of our relationship. So I recognized the name, but the date was right after the wedding. I saw it. He had gone to her house after we got married, like upon touching down in Los Angeles. I think it was the next day he went to this woman's house that he has this sexual relationship with. And
What did you do as a result of seeing that on the iPad?
I freaked out. I immediately confronted him about it. I was, I didn't care in that moment if he did kill me, which is likely in confronting him at that stage of our lives. I didn't even care anymore. At this moment, he had already ripped my heart out. It's like, I've just been through after having been through what I went through in Australia. Just weeks prior, I see this. It was like, unbelievably painful.
So what did you do?
I'm yelling at him. So just yelling. I was calling him all these ugly names. I was screaming at him. Told him to get the fuck out of the house. That's what I said. Excuse my language, but we were screaming at each other. At some point, we were upstairs in penthouse 3, and we kind of get into a how do you describe it? Pushing each other, And I just remember
Tell you that bitch crazy.
being so mad at him for cheating on me and doing so in this way, like right after the wedding. And then right after my wedding, go to see him, and then Australia happens, and it just felt like everything came crashing down, and I was so hurt. Anyway, I break out of his grasp at some point, and I go into my sister's room. The apartments in the ECB are connecting. At least 3 of them are. In his apartment into the neighboring apartment where Whitney, my sister, was staying at the time. And then you could go from that apartment into penthouse 5. Again, still on the top floor. So I went through Johnny's office, which is how you access the door that gets you into Whitney, the neighboring apartment where Whitney was, my sister. And I went in there and woke her up crying, screaming, saying, "What am I going to do?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sorry.
All right, sustain.
I know that was Dafford to prove the truth of the matter.
I'll
Certainly, in
sustain.
any event. All right. Okay, so you went to Whitney's. Don't tell the jury what you said to her, but what happened next?
Johnny comes into penthouse 4.
Hey,
And,
Marissa, how you doing?
grabs me. I don't know
Like
why.
6.
I don't know
What is that, like 6,
what
man?
he was doing. But
maybe
one
someday
moment
Chris
I,
Rock will be
kind
able
of
to slap Amber
am aware
Heard
that my
and Will
sister's
Smith at the same time.
somewhere
Nobody
nearby,
would
and
care.
I thought about that. I just remember thinking about that, and I remember getting kind of free from Johnny,
Let's see here.
and he left, or he walked out of the room.
When you say free from Johnny, what, if any, connection did you have? The physical connection before that?
Well, I mean, I'm,
Okay. How you
trying
been doing,
to
Marissa?
stand up for myself, and
Pretty sure I'm saying your name
Johnny
right.
would, at that
Marissa.
stage in our relationship, he would just throw me, shove me, hit me in the face. I mean, it was just like all I could do is just try to fight back, or try to not get more hurt than not doing anything would have.
Oh, is that what it was? She
left
meant
me.
6.
I don't really recall
Wow.
specifics. I
All right,
remember at
people
one
are
point
such dicks, dude.
he had his uncasted hand in my hair, and I was looking at the carpet. I don't know what happened immediately after that, but I remember he left. He was out of the room for a while. I don't know how we got
I know,
into.
right? Maybe it's because I don't do this all the time. I just
Again, this is the
popped
neighboring
up doing it
apartment of
tonight.
that. So there's P4 in between, and P5 is the corner, and that apartment was empty basically. And so the I used it, the top bedrooms, the bedrooms on the top floor as my closet, and I had all these clothing racks and shoe racks and stuff like that in there. And then it had another level, the mezzanine, which is it hung over the rest of the bottom floor. And I use that as my office. And the bottom floor is, of course, the living room with just some sparsely decorated, just some big couches and a low table. And I I hear him in Penthouse 5. And on the lower level also is another painting studio, like painting area of mine. So I go in there because I hear him, and he's screaming, but I don't know why. I don't know who he's. My understanding was he was screaming at me, but I wasn't in that apartment. I could hear him, and when I heard him, I came into Penthouse 5, and I have to go down the stairs, and I went down the stairs to the mezzanine level where my office was, and I could see him and a security guard and Debbie, the nurse, and he was sitting on the sofa when I first walked into the room, and he kind of stood up. He was drinking a Red Bull and screaming at me, and Debbie came up the stairs because I'm screaming back at him. She came up the stairs, I think. And while she came up, I'm supposed to kind of comfort me. And while I was up on the mezzanine floor, Whitney came down, and he threw the Red Bull can up at me, certainly, but it kind of either hit or narrowly missed Debbie. And I said, I called him a pussy, and said something about, I'm screaming at him angrily. I at least called him a fucking pussy. I don't know what else I said, but I was screaming at him because he threw this can at me and everything else that happened. And when I did that, he bolted up the stairs. And there's only, he was up the first flight of stairs. Again, I'm on the mezzanine, which is in between 2 flights of stairs. Bolted up the steps, and I don't know how he managed to get his hands in my hair so fast, but he had his hand on the back of my head, my hair. And kind of was yanking me down and hit me in the face with this cast he had. I just remember this brief struggle we had before kind of breakaway with
Oh
my
shit! My
sister.
foot just went to sleep.
All of a sudden put herself
It's lagging on the best
between
part.
Johnny and I.
What words did she call him?
She just
Besides
threw herself
pussy.
like in the line of fire or whatever. She just all of a sudden was there and was trying to get Johnny to stop. Her back was to the staircase, and Johnny swings at her, and I just, you see my little sister with her back on her back to the staircase, and Johnny swings at her, and I don't even wait for any other, I don't hesitate, I don't wait, I just in my head instantly think of Kate Moss and the stairs, and I swung at him. In all of my relationship to date with Johnny, I hadn't landed a blow. And I, for the first time, hit him, like actually hit him, square in the face.
Wow.
He didn't push my sister down the stairs. And all my time of being in that relationship to that point, hadn't even landed one on Johnny. Sure, I tried to fight back, threw my arms, flailed my arms, hit whenever I could to try to block blows myself, but never landed anything. And Johnny kind of looked stunned and then laughed at me and then lunged at me again. And before I know it, security stepped in between us and pulled Johnny away. And I went upstairs with my sister, and we locked the door, and I could just hear all this commotion happening in Penthouse 5. I could hear him raging, destroying my things. I could hear it. And at some point I saw it the next day.
Tell the jury what you saw the next day.
All my clothing racks were toppled over, shoe racks toppled over, thrown down the stairs. Desk, everything on my desk wiped off. Just it looked like everything that he could touch, he tried to turn over, destroy, smash, But my clothing racks, these huge, heavy clothing racks full of clothes, there was at least one of them he threw down the stairs. The rest were toppled over.
Amber, I'm going to fast forward to December 15, 2015. Were you and Mr. Depp together at that time?
Yes, we were.
Did you have a fight that night?
December 15th, yes, we did, but I don't recall. I don't recall what started the argument. We had periods leading up to that were really beautiful and really good, and then periods that weren't.
Well, let's talk about the December 15, 2015. What do you recall of your fight that night with Mr. Depp?
I remember him chasing me in the kitchen. I remember throwing something in his direction to slow down his momentum. I remember him screaming. I remember him getting on top of me at some point, toppling me. Mostly at that moment downstairs, he was hitting me in my face. Again, this is another example of when I wish so much I could tell you an exact sequence, but I can't. It's flashes. So I'll tell you what I do remember. I remember at some point trying to go flee upstairs. And we had, he got a hold of me and I got free, and I managed to get all the way up the stairs almost. I was on the last flight, and we'd had some interaction where I think I said something to him on the stairs. It might have been broken up, and I think I said something on the stairs, and I just remember how quickly he shot back up those stairs and grabbed me by the back of my hair, my head, and slammed his hand on my head. And I went down on the stairs, and he overtook me. I remember him so well. I remember his boots and the sound they made. I remember him grabbing my hair, my head, and kind of dragging me up the stairs the rest of the way. He dragged me into the room.
LaCoy, hey.
It's like a.
I'm over here checking your live stream out.
Area. And we had this.
What's the incomplete
argument that kind of, was a shoving match that I was losing. By the second or third shove, he sent me toppling over this.
Hey, everybody, check out Incomplete's My Full Black Series collection over on his.
And I hit my head on the.
I'll drop the link right there.
Wall. There was an exposed brick wall. I remember I stood up, and I remember Johnny.
Wow, I like the setup you got, bro.
And he did that thing where he's like challenging me. He said it in that way, challenging me to stand up, and get back up. And when I did, he said, "Oh, you really want to go now, tough guy?" Shoved me back down. "Oh, you really want to go, huh? Oh, you're so tough." I stood back up again. This time he hits me in the face.
Oh, shit.
I stand back up and look him right in the eyes. And it was just a really still moment. I'll never forget it. I'm really still. I stood up and he said, "You want to go again, tough guy?" And I just looked right at him, just looked right at his face. And he balled up his fists, leaned back, and headbutted me square in the nose. Just right as I stood in front of him. I was a foot from him. Just slammed me right in the nose. Instantly, searing pain. It's one of the few memories I have in this long relationship that I actually remember the physical pain in that moment, just searing. And I remember thinking, you have your hands free. I had time to think. You have your hands free. You could have hit me with your hands. Why did you headbutt me? I told him that night I was going to leave him. I went through his office to go into the other room where I kept all my stuff. We had another struggle. He overtook me. I was trying to get him off me. I was trying to get him.
He's live right now too, as well.
I was trying to get his body off of me, and he was just pummeling me. I don't know how else to describe.
Look how WB still hasn't got rid of her ass over all of this.
I went down to
got rid of Johnny Depp for the Harry Potter
films. I remember being on top of me, and he's
over her saying some bull. Yeah, bro.
At me while I was on the floor.
In the end, man, if they prove, they take Johnny's side, I wonder how that's gonna work out.
And dragged me the rest of the way from the office into the neighboring room.
Thanks, bro. I started collecting Black Series in 2015 before The Force Awakens came out. Dude, you got one hell of a collection.
The door that connected these two buildings.
She has this shit so rehearsed and figured out.
Metal grate, not a grate, but a metal.
You know why? Incomplete? You know why?
Metal floor.
Tell you that bitch crazy.
It's a big, heavy bank door.
That bitch
I
crazy.
remember he was dragging me, and I removed my hand.
The jury sides were heard. That'll be so fucking stupid.
And kind of tried to grab onto the metal door to prevent
that part.
Him from dragging me into the room, but I couldn't stop him. He dragged me.
I'm gonna try to
way
screen record
and I
your,
thought that I was-
some of your video
I
and
was
share it to my
trying to-
Instagram story.
I was trying to
Usually people check
get
out my
free of
Instagram
his
story and
grasp. I was trying to
go to wherever.
stop him from pulling me. I remember feeling the carpet and the metal. And he wrestles me, drags me up to the bed. And
Bro, I
throws
still
me
ain't
down
heard
onto
shit
the
from
bed,
Pinky.
kind of wrestles me
I
down
don't know what to do,
onto the
man.
bed. And he kneels on my back with one leg. And I was trying to fight him off me because I was face down on the bed top. And he wrestled me down, kind of trying to hold me down with his knee on my back. And he's punching me with a closed fist, punching me repeatedly. And I don't remember even feeling the pain.
See Bo-Katan with the
I
dark
just
saber.
remember the sound of Johnny's voice. He got next to my ear and he was screaming over and over and over again. Each time it sounded louder and more desperate. I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you. Over and over. Fucking hate you. And then pounding the back of my head, pounding it with his fist. And I don't even remember feeling pain. I just could hear myself scream until I couldn't hear myself anymore.
Oh, I see Hera.
I could just hear him say that he was going to kill me.
Oh
And
my
that
God, I
he
want that
sounded
Hera
like an
figure.
animal in pain when he was saying that he fucking hated me. He sounded like he was almost crying, or something in his voice was different.
Zeb.
He sounded different, like
Damn, I didn't realize they had all these
like
figures.
he was in agony.
Oh,
It was high pitched and loud. And I don't
wow.
know how many times he
Stormtroopers.
just hit me over and over and over again. And I got really still.
Bad Batch. Wow, I didn't even know they, man.
And it felt in my body like quiet. And I thought, this is how I die. He's going to kill me now. And I'm not. He's going to kill me, and he won't even have realized it.
That part kind of make. I mean,
I couldn't breathe.
I've seen a lot of his relationships, bro.
And I couldn't scream. I was suffocating in this pillow top with him holding me down, punching me over and over. And I don't have any memory after that until I woke up.
When you woke up, was there anyone there?
I remember
Saj Ventress.
hearing my best friend's voice. Felt like it came.
I love Asajj, bro.
Felt like it was like on a speakerphone. Like
I love when she like Dooku did her wrong and then she
everywhere.
seemed to
her
go
voice
straight there, you know.
Like it was coming from
Actually,
two directions.
Shit, she really did, man. Saved a
And I realized that I
couple.
was sitting on the edge of the bed, on the carpet of the floor against the
She was part of Ahsoka clearing her name, but
frame of the bed, and there was a low.
I shared a clip with my reaction to when Ahsoka left the Jedi Order, and dude, I was like, I could actually say that's at least two. I teared up. I mean, I actually probably did more than tearing up, but I don't want to say cried, but it ain't like when my mom died, I really cried, but
I could feel it.
Yeah, that when Ahsoka like Anakin tries to, hand her
I was there.
I guess like her beads or to connect to her Lakus.
While he was on top,
I'm saying it right, Lakus, I believe. She's like, nah,
I need
she
it
didn't want to
balanced.
go back
If
to
you don't sit
Jedi
there, I
Order,
can
and then
hear
she
it.
decided to turn around, walk
I
off.
don't know
Like,
how I got off
oh.
the bed.
Anyways,
I don't
we're
know
on
what
Amber
happened to
Heard
me
right now. We'll talk about that later.
from the time I stopped hearing myself scream. I don't know what happened to me.
Wow, I like how you got that red light set
It's
up.
a really weird feeling because next thing I remember is leaning against the broken part of the bed and on the carpet, and my friend saying, "Oh my God, oh my
Objection,
God."
Your Honor. Hearsay.
Stay.
Oh, I see Ahsoka.
And
Or is
and
that
what Rocky said.
yeah, that's Ahsoka.
I eventually she called the nurse Erin.
I was about to say. Yeah,
Um,
that's Ahsoka from Rebels.
she got something out of the
Older
freezer for my
Ahsoka, I believe.
face. She did a concussion check with
Cal
Erin on the
Kestis.
phone.
Damn, I didn't know they had all these damn figures.
I thought I probably had a concussion, and certainly thought I had a broken nose. There was blood everywhere, blood all over those pillows. My head was bleeding from the ripped out hair, chunks of hair on the floor, all over the place. Actually, it was just all over the apartment. He after leaving me, had written on the countertops in Sharpies.
Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Defendant's Exhibit 510. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And does it accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yeah, I think maybe like
Yes,
I think Den maybe in like
next
season
day
3 of The Mandalorian, he
You're
might
going
end
to
up.
move the admission
I
of
wonder if he's
Defendant's
going to try to
Exhibit
like
510?
maybe like bring
No objection.
bring Mandalore back. Maybe I don't know. Will he
Thank you.
try to rule Mandalore, or would he? I don't know, man. Because whoever takes is going to take it in combat. So unless he kind of loses a fight and gives it up. But
Hair, Johnny ripped out.
yeah, they have a shit ton. I'm missing a few. Yeah, she definitely needs more practice.
Thank you. Michelle, could you
Yeah, the book about her is amazing, where she and Quinlan Voss. But yeah, I watched the video on that story. That was kind of wild, right? Yeah, I teared up when she left too, when Luke showed up during the end of The Mandalorian. That was crazy, man, because I think I teared up at that part with The Mandalorian for a different reason. Or mainly when like he took his helmet off and let Grogu finally see his face.
I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's 513.
Yeah. But I heard people's
Objection.
reactions for Luke showing up after not, And yeah, there are 3 Ahsokas. I really want the Mandalorian one.
This is my face with a busted lip, which it's difficult to see in this picture, but my 2 black eyes, one is worse than the other.
Carolina would pay big money for an Ahsoka cosplayer for the night. Yeah.
And my broken nose.
Right.
The things I would do.
You bring up Defendant's Exhibit 5.
Well, man, if I could like maybe get her and I don't know, Hera or Sabine, maybe a threesome. I don't know, or that'd be a foursome.
Does this accurately portray the scene?
See if we can make some cross mixed babies.
Sometime after.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission.
Well, I like that TIE fighter. What was that TIE fighter they had in Rebels that Ezra and them? Was it the TIE Interceptor or no? There was that one that Thrawn was working on that could travel light speed and
my face. Time after.
And Ezra, I believe, ends up taking it, or I believe he did.
Johnny beat me up.
What was the name of that TIE fighter?
Thank you. Michelle, if you could bring up Defendant's 515.
Yeah.
Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes.
Going to move the admission of Exhibit 516.
No objection.
515 or 516?
516, I'm sorry if I misspoke.
You said 515
Oh.
before.
It's 515. 515.
No objection to 515? Okay.
No, Your Honor.
515 in evidence.
And what does this depict, Amber?
This is my face. Sometime after.
Slave Leia. Yeah.
Let's look at defendant's 516, please.
Defender? I don't know, man. I don't know if it was Defender. I feel like it was something different, but could be right.
Does this accurately portray the scene depicted? Amber?
Yes, it does. This
I'd
is maybe.
Wait, let me move it first. May I move
Sure.
the admission of defendant's Exhibit 516,
No objection.
516 in evidence?
published to the jury, please? Okay, Amber, go ahead and explain what it is.
I think this is maybe that night or the next night after Johnny left me on the bed.
Let's go to 517. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes, it does.
Move to admit defendant's 517, Your Honor.
No objection.
517 in evidence?
Amber, please describe for the jury what this portrays.
That's my face after this incident.
And what's portrayed on your lip?
Well, he busted my lip when he punched me. It's bleeding in this picture. It kept reopening. You know, it's a mouth. The lips move.
Yeah. Get a busted lip. I had a couple busted lips.
519.
Hard to stop a lip from bleeding. I actually had a guy that punched me in the lip one night. He hit me with his ring, so he fucking put a hole in my lip. You can see the scar, and I had to get my lip sewed. Oh man, when they had to put the needles in my lip, just numb it up to put the the thread in it. God, that shit hurt.
Yes.
Move the admission of 519.
No objection, Your Honor.
519 in evidence?
The crazy thing is, you don't understand how bad me and this guy really hated each other,
This
and the
is my
fact
lip
that
a few days
he
later.
punched me, and then I didn't get no get back. Yo, man, you don't know how that.
Defendant's 520, please.
The shit, bro. Oh, that was right before I went to Mexico. Oh man, dude, I stewed over that shit, and crazy shit went through my head.
Yes.
Move the admission of
The shit I would have done to that motherfucker.
520.
No objection.
520 in evidence? Published?
Can you please tell the jury what's depicted here?
That's my scalp with a chunk of it missing from when
Hashtag incomplete archives.
it's dragging me by my hair.
The defendant's 521, please. Let's take that one down. Let's go to 522.
The Rebel TIE fighter, also referred
Is this, accurately
as
portray
the
the scene
stolen
depicted?
TIE or Sabine's TIE fighter,
That's a
was
few
a
days
modified twin ion
Move the
engine
admission of
starfighter.
522, please.
No
That was
objection.
I remember that one. That one wasn't the one I was talking about.
What shows there?
The one she painted. You remember
My
you're talking about the
face
one
is
she painted,
healing.
or some shit.
Let's go to
I
5.
think, right? Did she painted where I believe she painted it after her sister hit her. No, the ones that Thrawn created for the Empire and wanted funding more than the Death Star. Yeah.
Scene depicted.
Her neck noose is
Yes, I
to
think
make
this
her
is
look like a Wong
day
witch.
or
It's
so
so
after,
theatrical.
maybe longer. I
Oh
can't
God,
tell,
yeah.
but yes. it
I'll
does.
probably, if I go to my like
Definition
reaction
5.3.
videos of Jason
objection.
Momoa's reactions. I
I'm
love
just gonna
that
draw your
Jason
attention,
Momoa.
Amber,
Yeah,
to
you talking
an
about Jason
area
Momoa
up here.
reaction
What,
to
if
the
any,
trial?
bruising did you
That's what you're talking
sustain
about.
in that area?
Objection leading.
What, if any?
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Um,
It's,
What, if any, bruising did you sustain?
I'm
Same
sorry.
objection.
Sustain.
Well, she's on her objections, bro.
Did you, did,
Johnny Depp's lawyer.
what injuries did you have?
I had bruising on my temple, my chin.
Oh, did he? I didn't know he followed.
My neck, the back of my head. I had swelling and pieces of, my scalp kind of ripped, torn. They were gross, pussy. But this is of the bruising around my temple from
Right.
one of the
I bet he
blows.
did. Incomplete.
Several blows, I don't know.
Let's go to 524. Does this accurately portray the scene shown?
Yes.
Okay. Move the admission of 524.
No objection.
524 in evidence.
And what does this show?
And I had a pretty. Can I touch the screen?
Yes,
Yes.
yes, ma'am, you can.
Yes.
And I had a pretty gross bruise right there in my head, on my temple. It's difficult to see it in this light, but I remember it was pretty ugly.
Now let's go to defendants 509. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I move the admission of defendants 509.
No objection.
All right, 509.
The judge is always quick to sustain or
Please tell the
overrule.
jury
She
what this
seems
is.
favorable to Depp.
That's the
She's
bed
just
that
gaining
Johnny
plea
broke.
the fifth with a cross-examination
on
questions.
top of me.
Yeah, she does. Chicks know how often types of the chicks are.
All right, let's go to defendants 511, please. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes.
Move the admission of defendants 511.
No objection.
All right, 511 in evidence.
What do you see in this picture, Amber?
Just more destruction from a part of the fight that happened in the bedroom. Not the bedroom that I was just talking about. It was the main bedroom. There had been a part of the fight that happened in there too.
Go to defendants 512, please. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes, that's downstairs in the main.
Wait, let me move the admission of it. Move the admission of defendants 512, please.
No objection.
512 in evidence.
Okay, now please tell the jury about it.
It's downstairs in the main apartment.
Okay. Let's go to defendants 525. Does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes.
Move the admission of 525, please.
No objection.
All right, 525 and evidence.
And please tell the jury what this is.
This is Johnny's graffitiing on our kitchen counter that he left up on his way out, I suppose.
And I think defendant's 526 is already in the evidence. Just bring that
Yep,
up.
526 is
Now, Amber, as of December 15, 2015, what were your plans for Christmas that year?
Why be a fraud?
Up to this
All
point, the
is
plan
such
was
bullshit.
to have our
It's
family
all
members
such
join us.
bullshit.
We would go with the kids and celebrate Christmas together, as a married couple. And we would all go to Johnny's Island, and he had invited my best friend at the time, Rocky, and her family, meaning her mom and her
Johnny got his own
fiancé,
island, bro. Nice.
and my parents and my sister, and we were all going to go to this island I've told you about that Johnny has in the Bahamas and spend it together. And that was the plan leading up to this.
And what, if anything, changed as a result of this night of December 15, 2015?
Stop biting the cuticles of my nails.
After they saw my face, no one wanted to go to the island anymore with Johnny. They wanted me to leave him.
Did you have to appear, were you scheduled to appear on the James Corden show on December 16?
That's right. I was promoting The Danish Girl, the film I had done earlier in the year in London before going to see Johnny in Australia. So I was promoting that film that had been completed, and they asked me to make an appearance on a night show called The James Corden Show.
Oh, right. Yeah,
After
go.
this happened, and I did the first concussion check with Aaron on the phone, I got worried that I wouldn't be able to hide the bruising and swelling. But I iced it all night, and the next day checked.
I wonder if the
to see
fact,
I
even
could
if he
get away
decided
with
to
it,
come back, the fact that they
meaning hiding it,
talk about his drug
Make an
usage so
appearance.
openly, cocaine and all this other shit.
and
With Disney say, hey, you know how they are, bro. They want to keep it
I
all like
gambled and
family.
thought maybe I could pull it off.
I'm pretty sure there's other
I
actors
had
that
my hair and
do
makeup
drugs,
team
but
come,
I don't know. I wonder if they would,
and they worked
have a
around
problem
it,
with that, or just say,
meaning
hey, fuck it, not the
worked
only
around
one.
the lesions on my head with the hairspray because that stings, and worked around the bruising by covering it with heavier makeup than normal bruise covering makeup. And I remember my lip was still bleeding and swollen, so we did this like really thick, super heavy matte red lipstick. I remember very well at the time that we had no choice in color, and that
I
was
think they'd say, fuck.
one of my
They
favorite
do live in
colors to wear,
California, or
and
fuck
this
it, yeah.
occasion, we had no choice because nothing else would hide my busted lip. And I went on the show, did what I always do. I told people I had an accident.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustain the
It's not
objection.
offered to prove the truth of the matter, but
Sustain.
because you didn't have an accident.
Your
but-
Honor.
All right,
I'll sustain the objection.
okay, please continue. So did you appear on the show?
I appeared on the show.
Okay. And did there come a time that you
They
changed
are
your mind
outlining
and went to the
politicians
Bahamas
a
with
lot
Mr.
now,
Depp for
too.
Christmas?
Madison
Eventually.
2015.
Cawthorn has a
Eventually I
video
did.
of him with his male
And you went there with whom?
I went with
Horsing
Johnny's
naked.
kids. I was
They
you
are they are
obviously, I
outing
didn't see Johnny after
politicians
this
a
'cause
lot
he
now
doesn't
too.
he
Madison
didn't
Cawthorn
face the damage
has a
he
video of
caused, and that was
him with
scary.
his male
He was never around for the cleanups.
coursing
And
naked,
so he wasn't
cousin
around for a few
naked.
days.
Oh wow!
And I eventually heard from him, and he said he wanted to talk. And then he understood that it couldn't go back, like almost as if he understood that I wouldn't forgive him. Made it easier somehow to talk to him. I didn't feel so bad about myself in that case because, how could I put up with this, right? But with the understanding that we were done, I could, allow for us to have one last conversation, I suppose. But I just, it's like, I was heartbroken by the idea that I would spend my first Christmas as a married couple with his kids and everything on the island. I was heartbroken at the idea of missing that. And, it's the best I can describe it is it's like for every hit, every instance of violence, every time I was choked, every single one of these instances was like a heavy coin put into a piggy bank. And you think, okay, well, each single one of these is like,
Objection, Your Honor. Non-responsive.
I think it's responsive, yeah.
The question was, with whom did you go?
If we could ask the question.
Tell us how you felt and what you were thinking in this process of whether to go to have Christmas with Mr. Depp and his children.
I guess I was trying to explain.
Go ahead.
That, just after you think each one of these is, it's almost like
Fuck, my phone
for
just
each
went
one of
dead.
these things that happens, you lose the will or resolve to leave. It's like every single heavy coin you put in this piggy bank is like an investment into the future you're going to get to, and then before you know it, you're just carrying around this weighted ball. This piggy bank's too heavy, you can't leave. For every single time I went back or allowed him back after this sort of thing would happen, I lost a piece of myself, piece of my self-confidence, my trust in myself to leave and move on. I lost fortifications, I lost myself. And it was somehow easier to stay. I didn't want to stay in the violence or in this. I wanted to stay with Johnny, the good Johnny that I loved. So I put another one of those coins in the piggy bank of investment in hope and future, and I forgive him. It wasn't even that simple. I just decided to believe him that it would never happen again, clean and sober once again. This time was the last time because it couldn't be worse than this, right? It couldn't be worse. And part of me thought that maybe it just needed to get this bad to get, now we can't go back. There's no way this could happen again. So I went to the island after a few days of talking with Johnny, arguing with Johnny, talking with Johnny, negotiating that I was going to be clean and sober. I wasn't going to drink anymore. He wasn't going to use anymore. He'd never lay a hand on me again. He'd rather die than do that, is what he was saying. I was scared. My friends were scared, but I decided to go. After a few days of having the plane and the kids waiting, not knowing what was going on, they were at Sweetser, the main house, kind of just waiting to go on this Christmas vacation. And eventually I got in the car with Johnny and we picked his kids up and left for the island.
So let's go to the island for the Christmas holidays. And what, if any, arguments did you have with Mr. Depp at the island over the Christmas holiday?
Towards the end of the trip, the trip itself was pretty nice, but towards the end, he started drinking again. Started with wine, and we were on the couch in the main house, a cabin. It's like a one-room kind of cabin. And we were sitting on the couch, and Johnny, what I perceived as nodding off. I don't still know what it was, but he was kind of passing out or nodding off or something like that. And I'm sensitive at this point to the clues that I can pick up on to know what pattern of behavior I'm dealing with, because they made a huge difference in my life. So if I knew what he was on and what he was doing, I could react accordingly. So I'm picking up clues. I'm sitting next to him and he's nodding off, and every single time he kind of like nods off, he dumps his glass of wine on my lap. And I say every single time because it happened 3 times. First time, whatever. Second time, I'm like, Johnny, are you all right? And I probably say it like a little weighted. And in my head, I'm just wondering what he's on. Does this mean he's on the Roxy's again? Is it nodding off? What's going on? What am I going to deal with?
Could be
Just to
Xanax.
promise
Could be
that
a
with this
pain
clean
med.
sober, we had this horrible thing happen in December. I thought we were moving forward. And
Could be
the
heroin.
third time this happens, I
Could be
jump
alcohol.
up. I
Shit.
already changed my pants twice. And I jumped up and I shout at Johnny, like, what are you doing? Or, Johnny, spill on me again, something to that effect. And I get up, get up off the couch, and Johnny's son says,
Objection, Your Honor,
You
hearsay.
are not offered to prove the truth of the matter. It explains what's coming.
Give you a good approach. I just don't know.
Yeah. Just think of the research he had to put into this shit. Oh yeah. It is seem like it is that kind of standard where like men are always the ones abusing and not getting abused. Oh, it's almost over, guys. You got like
Amber, please continue. Jack.
about 20 minutes maybe.
says, are you okay or can I help? Something to that effect. And I pointedly say to Jack, but really to Johnny, like, thank you, Jack. To make a point of the fact that he hadn't offered to help me or even acknowledge that he'd been spilling wine. First, he's drinking wine. Second, he's spilling it all over me. And third, he's spilling it because he's nodding off, is what I assume. So I kind of say this in a pointed way at Jack, thanking him for offering. And I get up, go to the closet, take off the pants that have just been ruined. And Johnny comes into the closet right after me and slams me up against the side of the closet. And just with clarity, with holding my neck, said he'd fucking kill me if I ever spoke to him like that in front of his kids again. If I ever embarrass him, and he just shoved me in embarrassed. If I ever embarrass you, if you ever embarrass me again in front of my kids, I'll fucking kill you. And I don't recall who told Jack to leave, or I don't really recall having an awareness of where he was at this point, but I leave the closet, go into the bathroom, which is right next to it, and he comes barreling into the bathroom behind me. Before he does that, I said something snarky to him, "Don't fucking ever talk to me like that again," or "I hate you," or something in response, just something, so that I felt like I wasn't just being.
I know I bought these to make some banana pudding, but fuck, I don't know if I'm
And
gonna make this shit or not.
kind of like get over to the bathroom, but I didn't even have the door shut.
Once you open
before he was in
these
the bathroom.
cookies, man, they start to.
And I don't know if he used my
Time's
body
ticking.
to shut the door, or if he just shut it. But again, bangs me up against the wall. But this time he just grabbed my vagina, like I was wearing this peach, kind of like netted kind of style swimming suit underneath. That's what I had on from the waist down, and he just grabbed me. Best I can explain it with his shoved his fingers inside me, but through my bathing suit. Like moved my bathing suit out of the way, and just kind of held me there.
Wow.
And asked me if I was so fucking tough. I thought I was so fucking tough. Said, "Oh, you tough like a man now? You some man now?" Just kind of taunting me while jerking me around. And he kind of seemed to do this thing where he was smiling, not just like teasing me. Like, "Oh yeah, you think you're so fucking tough. Now what? Now what?" I don't know what happened after that. I went back into the room, or he went into the room. I don't know who went into the main room first. I just remember his hand landing on the back of my shoulder neck area. I remember trying to get him off of me.
Vagina pudding.
I don't know what the next thing that happened was, but I do remember I knew I needed to get away from him. At some point I ran. I ran out of the back door, ran out onto the patio. At some point before I ran, he swung at me, but I don't even remember how much of an impact it made, but I remember running. I threw something in his direction when I was getting away from him. I ran down the deck, ran out into the kind of like parking lot area, gravel parking lot area outside of the house. And that's my estimation of when Johnny reached me, grabbed me by the hair, swung me around. I remember he hit my face at least once, but I'm not quite sure in what sequence. Was it before I broke away or after? I don't remember. I just remember the lights of the ATV coming up. The island, two of the people who worked on the island for Johnny, CJ and Tara, they pulled up in the ATV. I remember the headlights. I remember separating from him, or them kind of running up and saying something and separating us. And And I didn't see Johnny for the rest of the evening, is my recollection. I just found him the next day, passed out in the cafe that was close to the house.
Is that the end?
What's up, Cantonese?
Yes.
What's up, Jeff? How you been doing, brother?
Yes. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you can just stay there for a moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be breaking, again, this is the time that we break for a week, okay? So I won't be seeing you until May 16th. But I wanted to talk to you a little bit about how the remainder of the case will progress, okay? All right, so we promised to get the case to you by Memorial Day. So in order to keep that promise, there's going to be a few things I need from you, okay? One thing is, starting on May 16th, we're going to start having court at 9 a.m. So we'd be going 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Some days we might have to go to 5:30. So I want to let you know ahead of time so you can plan accordingly, okay?
Yeah.
The other thing I need from you is Friday, May 27th.
Anytime I ever been to court,
which is the Friday
you had to
before
be there
Memorial
around
Day,
like
is gonna
8 or
be a
8:30
court
for
day. On that day, we're going to go ahead and have closing arguments.
to call it a
and
docket.
turned over to you for deliberations on that
And
day.
then
Okay. So I want to
court,
let you know ahead
court
of time so you can plan
should
accordingly.
probably go to
so we
about
can get this,
5. Yeah,
taken care of for you.
at the
okay?
latest.
All right. So those
No
are the
later.
announcements I want to make for
That,
you to make sure you
cases,
had time
shit
to
that I was involved
schedule
in.
what you needed to do. Now I also want to go over.
But I have never
as we always
ever
do
liked to go.
on
I mean,
Thursdays,
anytime I ever went to court, if I
our
didn't have a lawyer at that
responsibilities,
time,
the
I
responsibilities
got
you have
one.
as jurors, okay, in this case.
I never had a
All right,
lawyer
so
on
you're not to read
retainer,
anything
but
about this case. You're not to watch anything
probably would have
about
been a
this
good
case.
idea.
You're not to listen to anything about
But
this
you're not
case.
allowed to watch
This
anything
applies
about
to
this.
television,
Yeah.
newspapers,
Wow.
magazines, the internet, and any online sites. Further, you're not to read, watch,
That's
or listen to
almost
anything about this
everywhere,
case on
girl.
any social networking sites
Even
such
comic
as
book
Twitter,
channels like
Facebook,
mine.
Instagram, Snapchat, etc. or any
Oh my
similar sites.
God.
In addition, you must not communicate with anyone
So
about
they
the
just
case,
can't go on the
whether in
internet
person, over the
whatsoever.
phone, by email, text, or instant messaging, or by any other electronic or non-electronic means. This includes friends, family, coworkers, acquaintances, and strangers. I also instruct you that you cannot do any research or make any inquiries about this case, whether online or by any other means. What you learn about this case is limited to what you learn in the four walls of this courtroom when proceedings are underway. Okay? So please enjoy your week off. Get plenty of fresh air and rest. All right? And then I'll see you at 9 a.m.
No, I don't think
on
I
Monday,
did,
May
bro.
16th. Okay? All right, thank you.
Tell you that bitch crazy.
All right. And again, ma'am, since you're still in the middle of your testimony, you can't discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorneys, okay? You can step down, though, and have a seat with your attorneys. I have a few
Yeah, I might
housekeeping
do
matters
that.
I want to take care of before.
Wait, this trial is delayed for 10 days. That's crazy. It's been like that for a while, man. They've been getting everybody's testimony, and I guess sitting back for a hot minute. Wow, I bet they're like just regret never meeting each other, period.
Attorneys, I won't see you tomorrow for Friday depositions because we finished all the depositions. I want to thank all of you for last Friday and staying here until I think it was 9 o'clock at night. But we got them all done, and I really appreciate all your work on that. It does mean a lot. And now you're rewarded because you don't have to see me tomorrow. So,
Drop that link for that trailer.
no more depositions.
Incomplete, if you can, real quick.
What I'd also, for planning purposes, though, since we're going to be going 9 to 5, the day is going to be a little different. So we'll start at 9. We'll probably break for a morning break between 10:30 and 10:45. We're going to break for lunch between 12:30 and 1:30. So I want you to plan accordingly for that. Our afternoon break will probably be between 3:15 to 3:30, maybe even a little later to 3:45. We'll see. And then we'll try to break at 5. There may be times when we might go to 5:30, as I told the jury. So I just want to make sure you know that. Since I won't see you tomorrow, I wanted to go ahead and give you your times as of this very minute of what you have used and what you have left. Okay? Are you ready? Okay, Mr. Chu's going to try to use it with a highlighter. Let's wait. There we go. There we go. That's right. There we go. All right. So plaintiff has used 35 hours and 6 minutes. Defendants have used 36 hours and 31 minutes, which means the plaintiff has 26 hours and 9 minutes left. and the defendant has 24 hours and 44 minutes left.
Wow, they're getting
Okay?
paid by the
And
hour.
just a reminder, as we said from the very beginning, once time is up, once your time is up, your time is up. If it's in the middle of a witness, I'm going to stop you. Okay, so make sure, I mean, the 9 to 5 schedule, when we start back on May 16th, will give us a little buffer, but not much. So I will be keeping everyone on task for those last 2 weeks. So keep that in mind as well. Enjoy the next week. I don't anticipate I will hear from you for this next week. If there's an emergency, I understand that, but just remember what my definition of an emergency is. Okay, we all remember that? All right, great. So other than that, does anybody have anything else for me? Sammy says 24.
Gotcha.
If you add 36
Jeff,
hours
what's
and
been
31
good, bro?
minutes
How you
and
been doing, man?
24 hours and 44 minutes, you get what?
Right. I like this judge.
Well, you can get with Sammy when we're done, okay? Is it?
Kevin Costner called her out. Oh, dude.
What's that?
Wow.
61.
I wonder what the like. I ain't really
hours
been
and
keeping
15
track of what a lot of
minutes. Does that add up
females
then?
think about
That
her.
is
Like,
right.
what
Mr.
is
Cronenberg says I'm right. Okay, so that's the right time. Sammy did it 3 times over, so I thought that was right. You made him very nervous. Okay, so that's good. Everything else? Anything else? Yes,
Your
ma'am.
Honor, we do have our updated exhibit
Okay.
page that you requested
Oh, perfect.
from
All right.
plaintiff. May
All
I
right.
approach?
That's
Thank
fine.
you.
I think that's something Jamie needed. Okay. All right, we'll get that. All right, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
We're good? All right, we'll see you Monday, May 16th, 9 a.m., right? All right, thank you.
wow? Look at Johnny. Johnny over there smiling. Amber over there looking like he was trying to sit herself. Just like Air Spider said. Wow, no social media, no contact with anybody. Like, you just can't. And like the fucking world, dude. It's like you basically need to go somewhere in the mountains and just stay there and just wait for a fucking pigeon to fly in with a note attached to his, claw or beak or foot, whatever the fucking flying pigeons do. Did Johnny just look at that woman's ass, whoever that was? Look like he did. They got to leave out at different times so they don't run into each other on the way out. Wow. It's crazy. Anyways. Oh. Booyah. That is it with that, dude. Oh, my God. Great, Chris. I think Johnny Depp's ex-wife, Penelope Cruz, both said... Oh, yeah, that's right. I did hear some stuff about Penelope Cruz. She said that Johnny was always really nice to her and treated her very, very well. But did they date? Like, were they going out? Like, Amber Heard married to him. She's probably seeing the more intimate side of him for sure. But, yeah, I don't know, dude. That's how Big Brother show was invented. Winona stuck up for Johnny. I know one thing that had to be some wild ass pussy for him. Oh my God, right? Insane, bro. All right, let me see if I can pull this up. Oh, this link up. All right, this Obi-Wan link real quick. All right, there we go. All right. Yeah, this will be after this, guys. I guess what time is it? It's almost 5 o'clock in the morning, I believe. I'm not gonna play the sound, for simple fact I don't want to catch any copyrights on this shit. Star Wars has a thing about playing. Oh wait, let me see if I can get the. Yeah. No, I won't let you play no closed caption. Can't do no subtitles, so. All right, let's check this out real quick. Here we go. Yeah. Inquisitorium. Oh, my Darth Vader. Oh. He sensed him. Wow. Oh, I like that. They've been going crazy with that Disney logo lately with these shows, man. How they convert. When the time comes, he must be trained. Like you trained his father. See, this Inquisitor, I believe, she can sense the Jedis or Force users. Says maybe you've been looking. Wait a minute. Wait. Experience the 6-part event. 6 episodes. That actor right there. That's old boy from Eternals. He got in crazy good shape for that role. I believe that comedian. I wonder if he's still in good shape. Darth Vader. Ooh. 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 Damn, I got goosebumps. That's weird. Boy, oh boy. Oh man, dude. Let's do this. Let's go. Come on, bro. Yeah, Disney sucks ass for copyright stuff, even fan-made films. That was a low blow by Uncle Owen, right? Hey, oh my God, right? Which, by the way, you haven't seen Warrior with Uncle Owen and Tom Hardy. Oh yeah, yeah, dude. Fuck yeah, I seen that shit, man. She was badass, bro. I watched that shit a couple times. Not enough alien-looking creatures. Yeah, I know, right? And also, I hate this. I hate to beat a dead fucking was it horse, chicken, whatever. Inquisitor still looks like shit. What brother? I forget these damn Inquisitors' names, bro. Has it the fifth brother or the alien? Oh shit, the alien. Yeah, I didn't like him last time. He don't look much better now either. Inquisitor looks like he's like some guy that's cosplaying the Inquisitor. You know, I don't need them pants, bro. Like I don't know. I don't know. And I know people saying, "Hey, man, people think that you comparing these to the animated characters, they're not going to be like that." And I know that. I know this. But come on, bro. Well, yeah, the Inquisitor, he had them red eyes, bro. Like those eyes, those distinguishable eyes. And then it was his chin and a couple other things. His head seemed a little bit bigger than the bottom part. Yeah, man. Fuck, man. Anyways, I'm hoping once the show comes on, it's going to, like, for some reason, it's going to be so good, I'm going to overlook that. I don't know how, but at this point, you know, it's the only thing, you know, I don't know, man. Anyways, first 2 episodes came out. Oh yeah, I know. I dropped a YouTube short video that I think hit like 2,000 views by that afternoon when I dropped it, where Ewan McGregor talks about that part. So yeah, I've been had that information. I don't want a human with Vulcan ears. Oh my God, so true there, bro. I've gotten used to the Grand Inquisitor with the way he looks now. Yeah, I wish I could say the same, but no, I don't think that's. Oh God, I hope I do eventually, but at this point, no. I just don't get why they didn't have the voice actor play him in the. Wait a minute, I thought they. Oh shit, so they didn't. Oh fucking A, man. Let me see here. Voice actor of the Grand Inquisitor, Star Wars Rebels. Oh wow, I didn't realize Jason Isaacs. Yeah, man. I guess they didn't offer him enough money. Wow. Yeah. Let's show y'all who he is right quick. There you go. This is the actor that played the Grand Inquisitor right there. Could they have, or maybe he feels like he's too old to be possibly playing the character? I don't know, man. But yeah, you see how he looks. You know, the head. And then we had another live action of his race. Don't ask me what race he's a part of, because I couldn't tell you that. Maybe I knew it at one point, but I can't remember. That showed up when they initiated Order 66, Revenge of the Sith, when Obi-Wan defeated General Grievous, and some of his kinfolk were on that planet trying to lie. Yeah, man, I remember he played in a couple damn things. I don't know, dude. Let's see here. No, they're trying to do yeah, how he looked like the brother, the sister, and the father on Mortis. Yeah, right there, see? There we go. Well, yeah, I mean, well, shit. I mean, them teeth, bro. Old boy on the end right there, the teeth was kind of mouth. You keep your mouth shut. Yeah, dude, like, it just, come on, bro. Like, why? Fucking, who was the casting director? Like, to write that motherfucker and be like, yo, you gotta get your shit together, man. It's just a big show. But, yeah, of course, again, it's not gonna be exactly like the animated, and I understand that. I understand that. But, bro, I mean, give me enough time and a fat sack of weed, and I'm 100% sure I could have found a better looking person to portray that character. And then shit, not only that, man, they got prosthetics that they could have slapped on his head, made his head a little higher, and then where's the fucking red eyes at, bro? He needs red eyes. Are they gonna give him red eyes later? I don't understand why they don't got red eyes now, or he don't got those Sith color eyes, not red, oranges, yeah, man, I don't know, dude. I don't know. Like I say, man, I'm not gonna we'll see. I'll see if I can get excited for it when it comes out. I'm pretty sure I will. That's like asking James Earl Jones to play Darth Vader. Yeah, true that. He said in an interview he would have done it. He said in an interview he would have did it. What? Are you fucking serious? Oh, that just pisses me off even more, bro. Yeah, he plays. I haven't watched Harry Potter. I seen like Harry Potter Part 1, I believe, and that's it. I ain't watched all the Harry. I don't know shit about Harry Potter. I just seen that actor though, with the long blonde hair you was talking about. On the pitch. So he is an actor, or no? Now I see, not a voice actor. Yeah, he's an actor too, and the voice actor of the character. So he's also an actor, plus he's the voice actor of the character. Come on, bro. Oh, I don't know what the hell. You should definitely check out Harry Potter. Yeah. Well, if I end up purchasing Peacock, I think you can watch all the Harry Potter shows on Peacock. I believe you can. If I'm not mistaken. Let me see here. I'll tell you real quick. Oh my God. All right, here we go. Let me see here. I'll tell you real quick. Come on, dude. My internet PC's running a little sluggish right here. Let me see here. Harry. No, it's not Peacock. I don't know what. It's one of these streaming services I was able to. Let me see. Yeah, no, I ain't spelling it wrong. Something else. Yeah, I don't know. I thought it was Peacock. It might be some other streaming service I was looking at. Let's see. Fix my I have Harry Potter on a loop in my Google glasses. Oh, you got those Google glasses? Oh, hell, how those things work, man? Potter. Yeah, he's in Tuxedo with Jackie Chan, Peter Pan. He plays the dad and Captain Hook. HBO Max. Yeah, I know it's on HBO Max, but it's on another. It's on a app. And I know because I have the app in there. God, what app is it? Let me see real quick if I type it. Harry Potter movies. All right, let's see here. Let me see if I just put Harry Potter. What happened? Should have me a link where I can watch it. All right. No, that might be it. It's definitely on HBO. I just feel like I've seen it on. Let me see here. SSBs. Yeah, right here. Harry Potter movies are now available to stream on Peacock and HBO Max. Says it right there. Why is it not coming up when I go to type it? Peacock. Let me see here. You have to say it in British voice. All right. Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Oh, I'm probably saying that shit right. Fantasy. Let's check it. Check up this one real quick. That is not it. I swear I seen it on here. Coming soon, Firestarter. So we get it right here. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's a good movie, which I've watched many, many times. Daylight's In. I just liked how the actors are like handling the weapons in that movie. It's like real legit gun training they went through. Yeah, I don't know. I seriously feel like I've seen all the Harry Potter movies on here. All right, there's Resident Evil at one point. Yeah, I think I took HBO off because I think it was like $16 a month. I was like, bump that. Yeah, it's not showing up on here. I don't know where it is. Siri, Harry Potter. 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 Okay, saying that right. Shit, I can't do it. Yeah, I'm not sure. Let's see. Yeah, still though, all things aside on the Kenobi, I'm still excited to see it for sure. Can't wait to see Vader. Maybe I'll get over the whole Inquisitor thing, but I don't know. I doubt it. I doubt it. But this guy here, man, it's gonna be the shit. Yeah, I heard he sat down and rewatched all I think the live action, animated, Clone Wars Rebels, and Christian Haydenson, to get back in the role for Vader. So that's good, man. Because he didn't voice the actor on. He didn't do the voice acting for Anakin on the show. I don't think. No, he didn't. So for him to sit back and get that whole part of Vader's story as well, pretty cool, man. I'm excited. I just, like I said earlier, I did a little quick breakdown and review. Don't forget, Free Comic Book Day is Saturday. I sat down and read the new Obi-Wan comic book, which I posted my little breakdown of the story on my community tab, which there was some other stuff in there I didn't really I didn't get it all. I didn't write. I don't think I put everything in there, but I like the story, man. And that girl that Obi-Wan was like really attached to, part of the Youngling clan, and she kind of looked after Obi-Wan, and her father, she senses her father is I guess he's going to the dark side, or he's the dark side, because it's like his panel was really red, and she's wanting to go save her father, and Obi-Wan tries to talk reason to her to have her come back with him to the temple. And I like at the beginning of the story where she's sitting outside on the temple looking at the stars on Coruscant, and Obi-Wan's like, you're not supposed to be out here, blah blah blah, and she's like, you're looking at the star. I'm looking at the stars, or I can't remember. You're looking at the stars. Anyways, he goes, it's pretty hard, with all the lights, because there's so many lights out there. And she's like, well, you just have to know how to look. And at the end of the story, Obi-Wan finds his way back home by looking at the stars. So he, it's like the whole deal with, the stars. That was a pretty cool little thing. But yeah, then they come across this Zabrak. So think about it, man. It's like some of these names I hear or read in the book, I can't really figure how they're pronounced, you know. So it's like it's all guessing, you know. Yeah, Nodrus or Nodrusk is the Zabrak that tries to kidnap Obi-Wan and Garen, and Garen Sand is her name, and you know wants to turn him in because she's like, two young Force users, you know, on my crew, basically. Yeah, that would come in handy. So she wanted to turn them into like weapons. I'm assuming, but yeah, it was pretty good, man. They don't mention her father, and we don't really get much on her history. They're, you know, and I don't think going into issue 2 they're going to start back off where issue 1 left off at, but yeah, see, that's her father right there. See in the red panel, like she senses him, and you have to swell it to pronounce it properly. So I can't even read that word, bro. Yeah, she's like, she senses he's terrified, screaming in great pain. Something horrible is going to happen to him. And I'm pretty sure that horrible thing is he's probably going to go to the dark side. You know, being that he's a Force user, if possible. I mean, the red panel would indicate, you know, dark side. Yeah, she's sitting out on the roof, and he goes, Garen, out here to see the stars? You know, he asked her. She replies, pretty tough on Coruscant with all the city lights. Oh, shit. You friggin' idiot, Chris. I am such a idiot. Oh, God. I got to take that shit down. Yeah. Why'd I even put that up for out? Because I read this thing twice. It was, oh, my God. I got to take that whole, like, little quick review I took down. It's probably why they're probably like, dude, are you an idiot? Did you not read the book right? It wasn't her telling Obi-Wan you had to know how to look at the stars. It was Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan knew, you know, because he asked her, out here to see the stars? ? She replies, pretty tough on Coruscant with all the city lights. And then he replies, not if you know how to look. And then he uses the stars to get back home at the end. I don't know what I was thinking. I thought like that was Obi-Wan. Yeah, because that's her sitting on there. And then at the end, like Yoda shows up after he gets back, and he's like, gone she is. I tried to get her to come back. I tried to get her to stay, but in your youngling clan kept you safe, she did. Watched over you. Do you know who will keep you safe now? ? Obi-Wan Kenobi, you. And then Yoda throws a broom over, and he goes, think on this, you will, tonight, while this wisdom is still new to you. So basically telling him, you know, you got to look after yourself is what I got out of it. Like, she was there to look over you. Well, now she's gone. Who can you depend on to look? Oh, is this a spoiler? Oh, have you not read it? Oh, shit. Never mind. Yeah, well, the way I'm fucking explaining it, dude, if it's that spoils it to you, bro. You're good. I don't even understand what I'm saying. Oh, shit, dude. I got to go back and take that shit down, man. Yep. Damn it. Yeah. That's what you do. That's what happens when you're trying to post a review on something while you're high. You messed up the characters. I know, bro. Anyway, I still all in all, I like the first book. Yeah, I dig the first book. And this is definitely a big book because we get I believe two first appearances of characters, two first full appearances. and a cameo, I guess, because her pops would be a cameo because we don't even know who he is. No name or anything else like that. But oh my God, I cannot believe I did that, man. I can't believe I did that. I haven't read it either, but it don't bother me. Yeah. No. Oh shit. Yeah, I gotta go down and take that shit down. Anyway, guys, hey, I appreciate y'all hanging out, dude. It's like what, 5 o'clock in the morning? 2, 3, 4. Yes, 5 o'clock in the morning, man. So, guys, hey, get some sleep, y'all, and appreciate y'all hanging out, man. Let's see if YouTube takes this video down, because I don't know if they will or what. I don't know how, but we didn't get taken down during the live stream, so I'm assuming I don't think they will take it down. But you never can be too careful. Oh, I was thinking about to say I'm still live. Let me see here. Hold on a second. Let me fix this little. I was trying to work on a different thumbnail for this this live stream right here. There you go. All right, let me see if I can pull this up real quick. See what you guys think. Yeah, I cannot believe I did that, man. I can't believe I posted that. Like, I don't really consider them reviews. I just consider them like what I got out of the story or what I thought or little parts of the story I like, But I cannot believe I did that. So it just makes me look like I didn't read it or I didn't read it properly. All right, there we go. So let me see here. See this. Yeah, this is the one I threw together, which I think it makes it look like no doubt, man. Appreciate you hanging out. Here you go. What you think about that? Amber Heard testifies, and Johnny with the hand clap. Like bravo, great job, nice acting. Yeah, well, yeah. We'll see. But yeah, guys, I appreciate y'all hanging out, man. And I will see y'all possibly Saturday. Sunday. We might go live. Might go live Sunday night so we can talk about the Moon Knight. And I might sit down and watch all the episodes of the Moon Knight before I do that live stream Sunday night, if I do it. And then we're going to talk about Naomi, the episodes, because a lot of shit about that show I've been wanting to talk about for a minute. I hadn't talked about out loud. Admit it and let people learn. Yeah, you're right, man. Well, at least I can go on my YouTube channel and edit it, but that was a lot of it was a lot of writing I was doing on that, like trying to get it. Anyways, all right, guys, I'll see y'all later on, man. Take care. Incomplete, Joe, everybody else watching. Take care, guys. What's up, guys? It's your boy Carolina Chris 2.